arrival and registration of all our participants. And this was a testament to the immense importance you all place on this conference. Opening formalities, opening remarks were given by Professor. The other presentation title is Indigenous Knowledge Systems in Crisis Prevention and Management Insight from Olupono Osun Festival, Osun State, presented by Sunday Adeyemi. We also had carbon sequestration of threatened tree species in University of Ibadan, presented by Mustafa Miriam. Also, we had food systems, food insecurity, and the humanitarian crisis, presented by Ola-Olowoyo. We had assessments of socioeconomic factors influencing climate change adaptation practices of crop farmers in Oyo West Local Government Area, Oyo State, presented by Oyekunle Oluwafemi. We also had climate change related crop loss of crop farmers in the same local government, presented by Oluwafemi. We had For the online participants, we had presentations on assessment of the spatial distribution and strategic capabilities for open defecation mitigation in Nigeria, presented by Abironke Ademola Ajibade. And lastly, we had access to markets among crop farmers in the State local government area of Oyo State, Nigeria, presented by Okoyemi Odola. Discussions were then followed by vibrant and stimulating questions, which were answered accordingly. After that, we had the closing remarks given by Dr. Ola-Olowoyo, who is the coordinator for the Development Practice Program, and he also itemized and highlighted the need for registering, for those who would be here again to register and also to put their names down for certificates. Then thereafter, we had lunch, where every participant had the opportunity to network, exchange ideas, and forge new collaborations, which was an essential component of any successful summit. Thank you.
Please, let's give her a round of applause. Only to summarize what 10 individuals have said. So the keynote address will be given by Professor Peter Chukwuma Obuti. Professor Peter Chukwuma Obuti is the Dean of the Faculty of Multidisciplinary Studies, where our department belongs. This is the Department of Sustainability Studies, University of Ibadan. He teaches international economic law and international environment and development law at the postgraduate program of the Faculty of Law, University of Ibadan, and jurisprudence and legal theory and public international law at the final year class of the faculty. Professor Obuti's research focuses on issues relating to economic regulations, competition law, energy, internet, intellectual property law, international law of development, information and communications technology law, and the public international law. Professor Obute holds the degree of Bachelor of Laws, LLB, Ibadan, Master of Laws, LLM, Ife, Certificate Antitrust, Fordham, Special Master of Laws, SP, LLM, these titles. I hope my teaching will not come out. And Doctor of Law, LLD, Oslo. He was called to the Nigeria Bar in 1999. Why were you in 1999 when he was called to the bar? He's a member of the International Bar Association. It's my pleasure to invite Professor Peter Chukwuma Obuti, our dean.
Thank you very much. I want to start on a system as was established yesterday when the vices were declared summit open. Coming here, I have been at the invitation of the Department of Sustainable Studies and as has been indicated, part of the Faculty of Multidisciplinary Studies. When I was asked to give a keynote, actually I was thinking it was an official appearance. But I think it was on Thursday that Professor Laide told me who the reviewer of this concern of was going to be. Then I needed to put some paper and indicate what I was going to talk about. I captioned this sustainable social foundations and upward synchronization of global networks. Deliberately. This taking place this 15th Ibadan annual sustainable development fund. The caption of this year's A Planet in Crisis. Can this be Africa's opportunity to evolve? With some things as shown. Priorities of peace, partnership, sustainable development, justice, equity, and labor frameworks for sustainable development, gender conflicts and peace building, conflict prevention, and conflict resolution strategy. Strong institutions and mutual accountability, governance, indigenous knowledge, systems, crisis prevention, and climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, global crisis, and international terrorism, food systems, food insecurity, and humanitarian crisis, financial and energy crisis, artificial intelligence, and education or sustainable decent jobs, social protection. When we see these issues, they are issues actually, and they is like unpacking or the conflict or the constructive development activities. And that was what informed this theme that chosen sustainable social foundations in upward synchronization of global development. This is my second presentation. In 2012, I was there. I spoke on multilateralism and sustainable development, perspectives on international practices, policies, and legal instruments. Actually, about this issue on development. That was why I came from the perspective of law there, 2020. That was what informed all I was reviewing. So, connecting it to this year's summit, and since I was going to give keynote speech on some issues, I felt that there should be something like a postscript on what I did in 2020. Yes, that's what I actually did, based on this issue. So it's a postscript, something like corresponding after some kind of review on an original work. So that was why I could have said, of course, the planet is in crisis, but can this be Africa's opportunity to evolve? That is the focus of this thing, of what I'm going to talk about. So, the practice and emerging trend in global governance could be represented. I have represented what's happened globally in three phases. I would say the Volcker trend, post-war cooperation, paternalistic cooperation, and development preventions. And then the third pillar is just a return to the pre-World War tensions and relations. So that first pillar, what you could see there was when the legal international regime was kind of encapsulated in the vision that reformed their issuance. We had legal framework, international legal framework, or a good vision for global cooperation immediately after the Second World War. So our first phase between 1945, terminating shortly 1992, when you had the Earth Summit. So at the end of that Earth Summit, which again issued very cogent and critical guideline on how to tackle what was then the emerging problems. The framework, but it was kind of translated. It wasn't cooperation, like it was paternalistic, and then some intrigues, even though all of those things we are supposed to ensure development, all the protections. That lasted what between 1992 to 2015. This, you now see that first pillar, the international living frameworks. We had the UN, United Nations Charter. These were supposed to be what to bring everyone together. And shortly after that, United Nations Charter, a global vision. There was extracted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1950. It came to solidify or to consolidate what vision was contained in that United Nations Charter. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights were framed in these guidelines of dignity, liberty, equality, and protection of all people. All people. So, what happened shortly was that this Universal Declaration of Human Rights was split in two. So, we had the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and then the International Covenant on Economic, Cultural, and Social Rights. And that's where the problem started happening. It was like, go take care of yourself, some part of the world. So splitting the global north and the global south. But it wasn't actually focused at that time. Then the other continents, like the European continent, had the European Convention on Human Rights, reflecting the original concept or vision, as you have in the Universal Declaration of. And now in the global south, African continent, shortly, much later in 1981, had the African Charter and Human and People's Rights. Was there? Some think it's a hard law, some think it's probably a soft law. But no effect compared to the other continent like European Charter, Convention on the Human Rights. Then, shortly after the African Charter, we had the UN Declaration on the Right to Development in 1986. When you consider these box, you now see that the problem has been the operational approach or strategy in bringing them to fruition or about. And those are what I consider the century program. It is the initial, it happened when it was split, when the UDHR split, and continued in the operationalization of the other things. So that's moving away what was intended at initial universal declaration of human rights. Because if you see what was so with this, my contention is this. We have been distracted so much on this climate issue, climate change, and making it difficult for us to really focus on even existential problems that we face today. And we can't even know why. In 2021, in Nigeria, we had the climate change act. We even had the energy transition even the Petroleum Industry Act contains a lot. But there are critical existential issues that face people daily. So I contend that focusing on net zero emission targets by countries in the global south distracts their governments from credible policy interventions to improve people's quality of life and conditions of. Because development, they simply, even in the Declaration on Right to Development, means that people, man must be at the center of development. And development means improvement in the quality of life. At least you can start from the base, So, on the basis of justifying this contention, societal realities, such as economic hardship, diverse institutions, require reinforcement now of socio-cultural foundations. They are broken. Families are dysfunctional. Foundations in value discovery for citizens and governments. And that also possible the recognition of the multi-dimensionality of the planet's crisis, which indicates imperative for what we're doing here, interdisciplinary orientation in scholarly inquiries, investigations, and interrogations. We have to track and trace these, how, what causes certain things, and then to ensure we have credible findings and impactful or sustainable solutions. Not just, yes, we have found it, no. We have to go beyond and outside our silos of tools and stretch our capacity to, to investigate and then make impact that will matter. Then also we have to track diverging concerns in global north and global south and the challenges for the coordinated responses, even in climate actions. Resilience, mitigation, adaptation, everywhere. United Nations Environmental Program, it's even in Nairobi, we have this thing on our face on a daily basis, but we can't move forward. And the existential realities in the global north is contrast with what we have in the global south. And some of these can be even different. Then it's also, well, the sustainable development goals, not them, realization remain in peril. Just as the fate of the Millennium Development Goals, due to weak social foundations for global stability, for peace and security, increasing social gaps and distrust, and consequential global tensions. People today flee continent to Europe through very harsh routes, right? The Mediterranean, south, and when they go there also with something that vicious. Yes. Okay. We all recall in other level economics where we heard about margins and about population increasing in geometric progression, while food production was moving at arithmetic progression. Of course, some say it was was projected. But then, what could have made that assertion or finding at the time, not that the population was growing in that rate, and today, the food scarcity or insecurity today, as we see, may not have been the same reason that caused what the mouth found at the time. But we could ignore the messenger and work with the message. But we never did. Because if we did, maybe what happened to UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as being split in two, may not have happened if we were worried about population, that inclusivity was crucial, rather than letting the rest of Africa take care of themselves. And when the global north is threatened, they come and say, okay, it's coming from here. So that was very important. That was marked in was marked in 1798, an essay on principle of population. United Nations Charter came after the Second World War. And this is the preamble, which I have deliberately brought here. It says, we the people of the United Nations determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our life has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women and of nations large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. That was the vision. This was 1945, and it reminded us that in 1948 came also the UDHR. But again, those working behind the doors split it in two because of probably cost. So what we have today, we only have civil and political rights, both, but the international covenant on economic, cultural, and social rights, which actually contained ingredients for social progress, were denied, or they didn't bother about whether they were operational in Africa. That being said, these are some of the literature that contracts the implications of consequences. Dr. says in his work in 1969, the meaning of development. Yesterday, after the keynote, a reviewer asked if economic growth meant economic development. That had brought up that confusion. But it says, okay, the way you can actually figure that out. Many countries are claiming this development. You should ask this question: what has happened to unemployment? What is the situation of inequality? And then what has happened to poverty? 15%. Shortly, in the in 2022, Joseph Stiglitz, who previously had won the Nobel Prize in economics, the development economist, he wrote it's a pen there. Globalization and its discontents. He tried to look at the interrelationship between global trade, whether it was maybe working in whose favor and other which regime, and why people who have been trading have not lifted themselves out of poverty. So this global trade and investment, financial trade, and economic inequalities were what we kept happening. Same thing. Many countries in Africa kept borrowing from IMF and World Bank. And when they implemented the conditionalities, one of which, for example, was to fund their public education, health, people that let them be subjected to market. When you defund, when government stops funding education, for example, what you will find is a lot of people may not have access to education. Then what you have in turn is that you don't have so many people who don't bother about consequences of their action. They can be, so it's a problem balancing these things. And when after some time, Danny Rotary, writing from Harvard, he wrote on financial institutions, debt dependency, and implications. And this is captured in the Washington Consensus and the Hello Washington Confusion. Yeah, because in Washington, you have those two institutions, World Bank and IMF. Because what governments should will tell you in global south, that's what Washington said. The IMF, everybody. So that's why Danny Roderick like in a modern way, that this Washington consensus, I think what they were saying was right. How much now are they confused, even where they are implemented? But we still never learn. That's the problem. And we also saw the dangers that we are not even present in the process. We don't understand what's happening. And so even the digital revolution, of course, Global South did too much in the digital architecture, because that will make a lot of content, money out of it now. So that gap was still there. And that's also what Andy Noah had espoused in integrating the network of networks, taking advantage of the capacity of this internet because of the character of ubiquity, spectrum, and what we could take advantage of it to get ourselves out of our situation. And you will see the implication. Some of the measures, schemes to make quality of life difficult by the developed networks so stagnant. With all that has gone through the gains in Africa or Nigeria, everywhere, crisis, economic hardship. In 2010, there was an interdisciplinary discussion organized by the Post, and they invited Professor Gavin Williams. I listened to his lecture then on, his caption, the revisiting state and society. He gave a very curious proposition for those who felt that their leaders were not interested in their welfare. He said, but as communities, if you believe in yourself, just like the villages, villagers or communities never wonder about the kings or the leaders. So if states meant what they were claiming, that their leaders or government were their problem, then why don't they turn their back on the government and just form another one? Just ignore them in the state house. Yes, that was his practical there. He said, if you were on course, the problem is that maybe those things, that kind of proposition would happen in maybe the homogeneous society, not in heterogeneous society, where you have multicultural, maybe religion, tribes, languages. Those are the realities. But the crucial thing is finding solutions to existential problems as people face. And listen to when you now see the second Gulf War, you see, we knew that first effort. What happened? It just happened that a good intention, a vision. When you talk about gender again, the funny thing is that this epoch again, the critical input was also made by a female gender. That first one, that the UDHR, was inspired by Eleanor Roosevelt, who was the wife of American president. She was critical in conceptualizing ensuring that she chaired that committee actually, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And so whatever you saw there, you now see again that this epoch, this phase again, too, a new journey again, whereby United Nations Environmental Program was established by the United Nations when so many contexts were happening about what's happening then about nature, man, and the environment. And this United Nations Environmental Program established one commission, the environment and development, chaired by Gro Harlem Brundtland, who was then the Prime Minister of Norway. In 1987, this Brundtland Commission issued the report that was published called Our Common Future. our common future. They meant well. And because of the content they had, that led to calling for, well, a meeting of everyone, the Earth Summit, United Nations Conference, which took place in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. All segments of society were represented in that Earth Summit, organized by the United Nations Conference, and the environmental development. So, other summits are taking place thereafter. 2002, and then 2005, where a new concept came to discuss responsibility to protect. We know that this, our common future, was very crucial. It was the concept of sustainable development, which at least utilization of resources by present generation without undermining the ability of the future generation to also utilize it. In that, some of the instruments that were issued, including, let's start with the Framework Convention of Climate Change, which now later gave back to the UNFCCC that we're organizing the Conference of Parties. Last year we had 28, COP28. This we will have 29 or so, 29, I think. Last year it was in Dubai. So there was also forest rescue, Agenda 21, Convention on Biodiversity, Real Liberation of the Country. But of course, there was the lining caveats on principles, precautionary principles, come up for the differentiated responsibilities, full taxpayers principle. They tend to have watered down the seriousness of this document. That's a problem. But we saw, Agenda 21, data transformed into the Millennium Development Goals. Extrapolation with 8 goals, commencing from 2000 to 2050. Of course, goal 1 was eradicate extreme poverty, hunger, achieve universal primary education, promote gender equality and empower women, reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, combat HIV/AIDS, malaria and other diseases, ensure environmental sustainability. Number 8, global partnership. Global partnership for development. No framework. But we needed that global partnership just there. Nobody was given the responsibility to actualize all these things. Having all this, having you, I would say we achieved. But of course, we have to also move on. Before that, so they came up again with the SDG. So this had 17 goals, about 168 targets. You would see what's the targets down? What if you had 8 goals and you didn't meet it? What's the confidence that we will be able to meet? But we'll keep making effort. These 17 goals seem to have been a restatement of the 8 goals under the Millennium Development Goals. No poverty, ensure healthy lives, promote well-being, all ages, ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns, taking urgent action, but climate change, these, have tended to distract many governments from focusing on just basic living conditions of citizens, which again intensified insecurity and social tensions across countries, especially in the global south. And that's why it's difficult to explain why There's maybe all kinds of violent conflicts happening in Nigeria in different zones. All these 6 geographic zones in Nigeria, there are different shades of violent conflict that happen in each zone, from militancy to local government, all kinds of things. And then you go to other countries like South Africa, you have xenophobia, and it's about resources, which we haven't been able to understand on how to manage. So one is almost like in perpetuity, global south conflict. We don't know how to manage the resources. And so all that have been happening is more like incidences of destruction happening from external. Maybe people could. So one leeway we have, of course, is coming to BRICS. These countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China. Of course, South Africa is within the global south. And maybe kind of one bit of hope we have there until probably the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement comes to fruition. Its hope is tied with just like the Organization of African Unity, which wobbled up until the time it was rechristened the African Union. Now the thought and where we are. Have understood what was all the things, the vision that we are gaps within the United Nations Charter, a strong global regime. And on the soft side, also broken down to the human rights, importance of human rights to preserve the security of everyone, as was contained in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And then the faith that befell that Universal Declaration of Human Rights, when it was written to, and nobody raised an eyebrow. Now we are pricing energy. Every country is trying to preserve, to have secure their identity, have these things affordable, available, and accessible. But the question is how? Are they actually visions that we believe in that we can actualize? Or just having a plan without any thought as to the capacity to have them realized. And we also dabble into a transition, which again, we can't even tell if we believe in it. In the African countries, especially Nigeria, energy transition, meaning that you're going to exit or at some point from fossil fuel to renewable energy, or all the energies that come from carbon associated sources. You're going to exit to clean them out. Or how practical and how do you think such policies impact social living conditions or economic conditions of members of society for whom the government and the gender crisis, sexual characterizations, they differ both from the global north and global south, because we don't even have those crises now. But the crisis you are having in the global north, I know what's because it's not yet a problem in the global south, whereas one doesn't know whether what their sex is, right? It's a male or female or something like that. Yeah, but it's still from that global north, if we recall, I will have two female gender who gave us what have been the best to set humanity at peace. with the immediate child, mentioned the Eleanor Roosevelt, and then our common feature, shared by Guru Allen Brooke, the mentor. Then those who knew how to live the crisis went to work. The crisis or hardship, very economic hardship, snowballed religious intolerance. President again is about resources. All kinds of crises that violent like this, you will face it to resource. Because the human person hasn't been able to understand how to manage. So the best is to thank you. Information and communications technology also. At least people have any apart from this, people have the right to information, the need to communicate to our loved ones or those who are far and near. All of these have been the words have been bridged by communication technology, and they have the immense capacity to enhance the quality of life. But it's not going to be easy. It's not easy, whether to farmers or to individuals. Recently, I'm sure a lot of people have noticed that the internet, let's say email, like Gmail or something, that they would set some kind of limits to what it can contain, unless you want to pay for it. When all of those started, maybe people thought it was going to be free, because the people behind even the internet itself, they expected it to be free to all. And who get to that shop, that's himself and Tim Berners-Lee. At least they didn't have this mercantile thought I would have. And they are now advocates of net neutrality. That people should be free to the net as they want. So you see people who probably have they were not into the net architecture. They are the ones who are making everybody's life miserable. But again, these people, nobody's monitoring them or saying, no, you can't do this. Because probably they are busy also in their own way. So the crisis we have is everywhere. That is, some of them are global. But you eating in the morning 2 times a day or once is local. It's something you have to deal with yourself. And who is responsible for that? That's why football comes down. The global south, then coming back country, as they say, yes, you think globally, but you act locally. And if you really want to reflect on what my solutions are, you can imagine what's happening. Right? Some kinds of wars are going on at different places. One we are familiar with is Russia, Ukraine. And what's happened between Russia at some point became the president at the Security Council. On that international legal regime, only the Security Council can actually approve any war against it. That Security Council, Russia is presiding. So when we look at some of these things, they are multi-dimensional. And they are specific development. When you bundle development as it is, you're going to find something like economic development, cultural development, political development, technological development. So it's not as if you want to know exactly where the problem is intense. And then start from there. But you can't approach this multi-dimensionality characteristics of development. Then you want to look at it globally. And recognizing that international development also is multi-layered. You have different styles. We have the state, we have the continent, where also we have international. In between, also we have like sub regions, just like in Nigeria, also we have the state, we have local government, we have. I think this is important there, that we have to pay attention to what sector is the problem coming from, and what do they do, and it will fix it, just like a house happen. Is it the entire house that has issues, or there are two rooms? You can start them somewhere, and then come on. But what I am advocating here is that, considering of the issues as they evolve, then we can come back and then discover our own situation. And for the researchers, I think we have to research with the intention, the purpose of making, integrating these findings and solutions with the efforts of non-researchers. Actually, you could make a finding, and like the question posed yesterday, a participant, somebody who asked yesterday why these findings hardly get to government, and nothing ever happens to reflect that we are even thinking. So you have to find a way where the efforts of researchers will also be integrated with the non-researchers. The team Berners-Lee and Team Seth, who pioneered the internet, are struggling now to ensure that the net is not monetized. Otherwise, people are going to be short out of it because of those who want to make money from it. And we also didn't get the warning from everyone in his work in calculating the network of networks. If people are in clusters, but it's something like a digital that can connect everyone for people to know what cluster to benefit from what's happening in other clusters. And when we now consider what is the situation, how are we going to get out of this problem? Because what comes to mind, somebody would have said, okay, let society just talk about their living. But that's impractical, especially in the society. Even if it were to be homogeneous, then it takes us back to the argument of those who think there was a kind of a tension in the classes, the laborers, the bourgeois, and the laborers. And the tension will keep running until you have a classless society. So what will happen? But then I think if people are conscious of what their responsibilities are and keep doing them, then at some point there would be some kind of hope. Like I said, 2012 I was there, had so much confidence that an international legal regime would get people out of the social situation that were characterized by misery, hardship, exclusions, hate crimes, and duality of suspicion. It becomes imperative that it may not be the state or the government, but also, just at the beginning, the planet is about man and the environment of man. Somebody made a joke that God intended the world to be great when it was created. And the problem is just the people inside it, not the person who created it. So we can also now intentionally get committed to whatever it is anyone is engaged with. They will research, find solutions that can reduce any part of the problems we're researching. And I think so. When we see that these international legal regimes during the first and the second phases of but we are characterized by socio-economic crisis in many societies, global south, causing this weak social foundation. perforated social fabrics, families. Now you go to some communities that everybody used to know, everybody now there are walls everywhere. Nobody wants to say it. Everybody just keep it to themselves, becoming too individualistic, and then from that cocoon, then will emerge another trouble, being affliction, society, because there's some kind of bigger crisis that only when we are conscious of ourselves as to our responsibility to society and to community and to family, and take those responsibilities seriously, would we ever make any meaningful progress? It's not about problem placing the blame on anybody. We are whatever, like they say, the change you want. This accountability can only take place when you know what you're going to hold somebody accountable for. Not that you are accountable for what? So you could be grounded in that, paying attention, just being present whenever your presence is required. Actually, it doesn't take much. You get, because we can. So you don't see that between that first and second, they always saw efforts that really made wanted the best for humanity, and you saw them just one of those things. You did tell, shared by Eleanor, and our common feature shared by Rohan and Brown, who is a little doctor, and also an but the next, if you see the content, behind those things, but they were in the mechanism or probably efficacious instrument to repel. Maybe they did not actually maybe say or anticipate that those things could be some of maybe a computer or otherwise. Who could have had the world today not bifurcated where you have the global south? In the past, it used to be a lot of north-south commission, north-south this one, and now we've gone back to talk about more about south-south cooperation. Even the south-south cooperation is coming now. Nobody else, even inside the African continental free trade, it's as if they don't believe in it. When it is probably one of And so when this I like saying that let's not make a mistake of trying to politicize, for example, technical processes. Technical processes will be that they have specific criteria in different contexts. Technical, why technical skills? Because it's also a problem like in Africa, we lack these requisite skill sets. We don't have them. We keep talking about technology transfer, technology transfer, or more like who would to acquire these technical skills, what would it take? So as to be able to utilize or process the resources in every state or in every continent. But when you do not have this capacity or this skill, then you have to farm out those responsibilities, and then you don't get it. If you have something you can process, you're not doing it. I give it a thought that then you won't get as much as you would have gotten if you were doing it yourself. So government will now become the middleman. Every collect the money. Of course, again, more problems because you don't see the money again. Then you probably get. So I think we have to find a way to become aware, just conscious. Some will say understanding what your role is, and then holding yourself accountable, either for fulfilling or inability to fulfill the task or responsibility which society has assigned to you. I think if we do that way, lots will happen. And so I've explained that these sustainable social conditions can easily now upwardly get synchronized happening at the same time up to the bigger advantage of global issues. And that's why I'm restating my recommendation that reinforcement of weak social conditions and re-knitting, let's say the third one. So can we knit these permanent gaps in the social fabric, assuming the family. The fabric is the family. So if they are operated or any community, any unit, we can permit them to close those gaps. Otherwise, they say stitching time saves time. So it's like when it is small, you don't stitch at some point. Yes, that's why it is in the social fabric. That pitch you ignore at some point at night comes something else. So reinforcing global frameworks, yes, rebuilding public trust and restoring social values. So the reinforcement of global frameworks, the people, there are mandates, entities for that. But as the civil society's organizations will do it, in different ways, but like in the sense that now, some of these things you form there are networks already. So gradually to the awareness of the relevant entities. But the advantage is that the sectors are doing the fine things. I'm making those critical are very important so that when they are escalated or scaled up, it will make consistent impact somehow. And then limiting, as I said, limiting and promoting social inputs, and strengthening cultural systems. We keep talking about crisis, but in the past, communities we are orderly. In many communities those days were so they were so orderly that, and the curiosity about them was that the traditions, culture were written. They're not written anywhere. So you have a moment or a time where everybody knew what they were supposed to do, even when there was nowhere these laws were written. Meanwhile, with modernity as it's evolving, we have so many laws, none of which is impossible or useful to social progress. And sanctioning corruption of processes and sabotaging of networks, that also was evident, even in communal systems. there was a collective participation in enforcement of laws. Nobody waited for any king to come and enforce law. If laws were maybe breached or something, everybody knew what they could do to ensure that. But now everybody waits on the police to come and enforce. I think the consciousness must be triggered. Everybody should try to show some kind of interest, which is what interdisciplinary study could help us, achieve, so that since the people, if you left that problem to somebody in one discipline and they don't do it, it's not going to have an idea of what those folks do. And so when you have people from different disciplines in an ecosystem or in a hub, research ecosystem, you can learn. That's basic principles underlying their on the research undertaking. Then it's about cross-fertilization of ideas. So we learn, like say, iron sharpens an iron. Nobody has the solution to the problem. Everyone depends on another iron one way. Once you do that, what you do, that's the only requirement. Be genuine, as a genuine seeker of knowledge, you are useful to society. The problem we have is just lovers, those who probably go up with insidious acorns. And they're not even, we don't probably realize it until it has. And everybody's in one misery or the other. And then when you kind of see all of these things not again being sanctioned, at some point, some people are not, they don't know, cope with such reality. They find a way to flee. They leave you again to vulnerability of living in how can you be in your society? You are afraid to walk in the night. That's a problem. That's not climate problem. No climate change. And you have to look at what I tell the truth about the issues and how you tackle them. There's a collective accountability. Everybody. It has nothing to do with tribe, religion, language. Because the place you're fleeing to also, they are multicultural. So it's not as if you're going to society where there's people language. No, so it's not that you're fleeing in hope to find what? Refuge in safety, good life. So what does you think that your ancestral land is incapable of enjoying all of those? So there's a problem that we need to go back to the human. The human is a problem of humanity. The man and the environment. The man and the environment is conflicted. If somebody is conflicted, you go see a shrink. So it's something we have to kind of appreciate this kind of platform, because I've met people from different backgrounds. I said, yes. And I asked them this. I think before you came here, I said from a great visit. I thought, wow, you're not here and you are here. So I like that. Like that because it means that, yes, the conscious about the process, about your journey. A lot of people actually are on a journey but don't thought about it. Yes, they don't actually, they are not present in that. And we did it actually quite well. In those days, as students go to Lagos, they are not good. And probably because things are bad and they don't prepare for that. The next morning they will be up, give you maybe money, go to this one, you carry your bag again and go. And you go there and you go back. So that's just how some countries are straight. They don't really, they haven't sat down as you do now. If you want to travel, you plan, you have an itinerary. Yeah, but when you were growing, just you went to Lagos, you see a friend going to Ife, change direction. Yes. That's actually how we are, that's actually how companies actually maybe bullying. And they are taking advantage of that. But we can be conscious and let's say at the United Nations, every country is equal. Yeah, for the law. They expect it, large and small, that was what was there in the the UN, yes. It doesn't matter the size. There are countries that are probably less than 3 million. There's a country that is 4 million. Some are 350, some are 1.6 billion. Nigeria is about 2 million or something. America is about 3 million, 3 or something million. China is 1 point something billion. India is one. But therefore, if the president goes to the UN, they are not going to relate with the president based on the population. Exactly. But if you show sincerity in your demand, I think that's the kind of consciousness I want to create about this thing. Like I said, I actually didn't want to. I didn't know I was going to talk on some of these issues. I was just saying I'm not sure the deal. Or when Dr. Laide sent me a message that Professor Delili is the review, I was wondering, he will come to America to be reviewing the pressing or that of the deal. So I had to really sit down, it's okay. Go back to the team, when the crisis, and then that was and let's see how they're all interconnected, it's related and independent, just like everything's interconnected. And tell you why we're where we are, like it's good if you know where we are at. What are you going to do about it? That's the question. But it's a good effort to know where you are. But you show seriousness when you make a plan to exit that situation. Otherwise, you don't remain stuck in that patch. Thank you. Oh, wow.
If you clap for the thing, clap better. Let me recognize the presence of our HOD and director of this center, Professor S.O. Chimo. And at the same time, let me commend a keynote speaker for taking us through that journey, because many people just believe we landed in the 17 SDGs. They are forgetting about the Millennium Development Goals. Thank you so much, and you have brought down the matter to our levels here. We really appreciate you. We're looking at the program again. I've just consulted with the HOD and the director. We know that we earlier agreed that Mr. Michael Mayer should come on board, but we are thinking that he will stick by his own time. If we can see, okay, and Dr. Adero, who is already on ground. So we'll do the adjustment to that program. Meanwhile, let's look at let me introduce Dr. Jelili Adebi. Dr. Jelili Adebi is from the United States of America. He's one of our partners here. He will do the discussion today. You are invited to that episode. And in absentia, let me introduce Professor Adenike Ayoade. She's one of us here, but she won't be here with us today. So, Dr. Jelili Adebi, you handle the discussion sessions. Are there questions on the lectures they are given? Yes.
Thank you, Prof. That's very concise and plenty lecture. Please, I really know that I have to file or to ask this question in line with my concern with legal system in Nigeria as affecting our sustainable development goals as enlisted under SDGs goals. Because there won't be any development without obeying the laws in the society, particularly on larger content. This one goes me to I would want to put this question to you. What are the leading Nigerian jurists doing to ensure local context of Nigerian jurisprudence as against adopted foreign laws with a view of guarantee of ensuring sustainable development as contained? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's quite a very brilliant question. We don't want us to adopt foreign laws. We don't. Let me see it this way. I had mentioned that what judiciary does, what they do is to interpret matters of the law to resolve problems before them. And that's actually also the only time they could have to bring in these ideas, notions. I also told you that one characteristic of customary law is that it is unwritten. But everybody here somehow knows they are custom and about everything. When a child is born, what to do. When somebody dies, what to do. When whatever it is, everybody somehow, and you can't say for a moment when such information came into now. But again, a good thing, or dramatically, when a problem of custom conditions comes before a judge will have to make pronouncement or give judgment. So they would automatically import that custom condition into that judgment. So it ceases to be unwritten. So when anybody can decide it, I would not know about in like DB or Rio or something. So it's in the law books now because the problem arose of which maybe so we can interpret. Well, maybe we wait until the problem arises, but it requires some kind of foresight or vision to really take intentional steps to give them a juristic kind of a flavor. Not a lawyer wouldn't want to do a problem at arisen. Or again, you can create a problem like the doing research, hypothesis. Then you engage, do findings and see whether it's consistent with what you got towards the situation. And probably check the difference. We are open to that. I was talking to some of the participants about indigenous. We are missing so many things with the indigenous knowledge system. And because people really show interest in them. And so nobody to transfer, because some of these things we are through oral tradition. But now we have to find a good ways to kind of preserve them. I think it requires kind of stretching our imagination. Because even about Einstein said, he said an intelligent person will solve any problem, but a genius will ensure that the problem never arose or does not exist. If we look at it that way, I'm not like being, react. I'm not some person that reacts to something. Before I take a step, I would have known where if I have probably have known steps you take, even unknown to you. Then, so it's better that way because it's a better way to kind of check these things. So those in politics, if they did their job well, like I said, the lawmakers, they make law, and some other folks implement it. If these laws, as they are made by the people, we are implemented in good faith, as if actually it was something you were doing for your family, There won't be anything to interpret. There's interpretation of laws come when somebody says, no, you're wrong there, it's not there, it's not, because it seems like somebody probably right and then start seeing what he's not supposed to see on the laws. Laws are made, we keep evolving. Things evolve. There's a time people say, okay, let us interpret it to the letter. It will still bring the solution. Sometimes we say spirit of the law. Spirit of the law. Spirit. It still didn't bring the solution. Now we are pleading in good faith. Everybody should do things in good faith. Just good faith, not bad faith. Malaki faith. Just have some element of good faith in your actions. You will see the difference. Otherwise, you have probably, everybody will be looking for who to aspire and cheat. That's actually what we do. I'm telling you, that's not do with importing anything. Import what from anywhere? We don't import anything. We see even where the person was shut out, that's where we are fleeing to. A joke was made that in the past there was a slave trade. Now we are begging them, please slave me. That's what we do when you go to the embassy. Before they came here, took it by force. Your ancestors. Everybody will just kick their leg and feet. But now, we will sell house. We will sell house, go sell land somewhere. Even the one that your brother should have built house on, you will sell it. Pack a load, go to the embassy, cook up more stuff, packet a syndicate, whatever. Pack money that you can use. The kind of money you hear people use to go overseas to pay them. Funny thing is that you could have a very solid education here, or in any discipline. That's the funny thing. You could go to America or London, start life afresh, and do even something that would break. Could be a mental torture. Oh, that's a fact. But it's not about those things. Everyone has something to contribute. Like I've told you, lawyers or the judges, they are just there to ensure there is order. The purpose of law in the society is order. But that order, you see, you can actually also, you don't even need it sometimes. So what law operates in your family? No law there. Everybody knows the role they play in their family. Wake up in the morning, we have to take a bucket, probably fetch water for your elder brother. So our brains work only, we are in the confines of our homes. Then the moment we come out of our homes, we just like the switch. Nepal's ability to switch. Otherwise, don't switch it off. We switch our brain on. So I think let's all be let's establish what is good, then we build the mechanisms to secure the processes. That's the sustainability of that development. Otherwise, we'll be sustaining chaos. Let's check what is on ground. That is what we need. Then we'll build the mechanisms and measures. In the villages, they punish people. There's something one person does, everybody in that family will be punished. That's why you will stay orderly in the village. So once we come outside, it's a problem, yes.
Thank you, Prof. If we allow him. That is. Please, next, our questions will be very few. The discussant is around. You said? How many questions do we have? Thank you, Prof.
Sir, the passport is SPGs are secure academic.
Said they are easily attainable.
Yes.
Abilities were not easily attainable.
But compared to Nigeria, trying to put in one in the face of corruption and bad governance.
Yes.
So we are good friends. What have we done? People heading.
I didn't know. Even if you are so, I can tell you that, I used to work after listening in the second airport. The first one I say is vision. So good. But see, I used to work paternalistic. Now that paternalistic is like something which is like they are telling you what to do. It isn't you that is saying this is what I want to do. There will be difference in outcome. That's the fact. The African life is being directed or dictated
in a paternalistic manner. We refused to come of age. Incidentally, in 1976, 11th January, late General Murtala Mohammed gave a speech, which is called Africa has come of age. But of course, unfortunately, 13th February, he was killed, same year. Please, find that and read. Yes, find it. What he which is that Africa has come of age. It's just like our common future. Like I said, probably, they had, or maybe he had an idea of what was working in the minds of those the World Commission on the Environment and Development. I'm telling you, because the World Commission on Environment and Development, chaired by Gro Harlem Brundtland, the Prime Minister of Norway. That lady is a medical doctor. She probably the longest serving Prime Minister of Norway. Even at that, she's now. So, but you see, they were thorough. Scandinavian country. They have probably the highest of sovereign wealth form. Probably the richest country in Europe, even though they are not in European Union. Is it because maybe they understood what we are yet to contemplate? Yes, 2 times that country, they've tried, some people say, join European Union. They're afraid of failed cooperations. Yes, but they give more money to the European Union. They are probably sorry, but they are a conscious, each individual. They know their responsibility. Nobody is going. You didn't even set it. Have you thought about that? Even the Agenda 21, from where the MDG kind of got extracted. The Earth Summit was summoned, convened to discuss our common future. The report of the World Commission on that's experts who work on that. That Gro Harlem Brundtland called that Earth Summit. The United Nations to discuss them, and that's why all of those instruments, the United Nations framework on climate doing all of this now on the biodiversity and the 21, but our implementation is still the mind. What causes problem here is about corruption. Corruption, we have 2 institutions, EFCC, ICPs. The laws are there, but I told you, there are no laws in the villages. Just because it's the ethos. That is the man. Law will help you if you are not conscious of what you are supposed to do. So that you stop chasing the wrong thing. Right?
Let me invite sorry, Professor Emily Adebi is to discuss that. You're welcome. As a stepping on, let me introduce our deputy buzzer, the woman that makes things happen here. This is good for there.
Thank you much for the opportunity to response speech that was given by our health speaker. I listened with keen interest and I learned a lot of things from his exposition on the issues. However, we disagree with the number of issues and some of the recommendations he offered as a way forward to attain sustainable development. On a starting note, one of the things I like to mention is that the crisis of sustainability, the crisis incubated in the West as a result of the capitalistic foundation of the economy. And in fact, when we talk about sustainable development, the question that should come to mind is, what are we seeking to make sustainable? Looking at it from an ideological perspective, what we're trying to do is to make capitalism sustainable. And that is why one of the questions of sustainable development is not seeking to unbundle. It's whether capitalism and form the basis of a world that is sustainable. That is a raging question within the scholar practitioners, with the scholarly commitment to issues revolving around sustainable development. The other thing I'd like to allude to is the origin of the crisis itself. And when we go down to the origin of the crisis, the basis lies in the bifurcation that the Western society created between human beings and nature. And that is why science in the past said they conquered nature. Because nature was considered as something that should be construed as detached from human beings. That nature is not of us, we are not of nature. This bifurcational rendering of the relationship between human being and nature was carried into how science is done, and it was equally carried into the process of doing development. And what eventually came as one of the negative consequences, which economists will arguably call externality. In actual sense, there is nothing called externality for those of us that have a system dynamics background. So one of the consequences was that at the end of the day, we had a development that took place at the expense of nature. And the consequences are the issues that we are dealing with. And the thing with Western society, and which I appreciate about them, is that they always look for solutions to problems that they have created. And attempt at solving that problem, it was led to the phrasing of sustainable development. And that begs this question. Do we share the Western bifurcational understanding of the relationship between man and nature? I don't think that is the African construction of the relationship between man and nature. And that is why it is important for us to take a step backward and reassess how we are engaging the concept of sustainable development. Who defines this concept? The Western world defines it based on their position here in relation to the problems. They are seeking a solution to the problems they created, which is a crisis of capitalism. And then we need to take a step back and ask ourselves, what does it mean to us? And I will give you a very interesting perspective. Our religion prevents sustainability. I teach my students about this. I'm a Muslim, for example. And when I look at the concept of sustainable development from a Muslim perspective, it is one of the things that I need to be as a slave of God. What that means is that if I need to do business, my business philosophy must not be such that it's going to harm the environment. My business philosophy, growth philosophy, shouldn't be such that it's going to lead to the death of other people's business. So for me, that is living sustainable development. And that's exactly what sustainable development wants to do. A development that brings to everybody, for this current generation and for the generations yet to come. So I am living as part of business, as being a Muslim. I'm living is expected of me. If I do not live it as part of my lived reality, then my being as a Muslim becomes an issue of debate, becomes an issue of questioning, becomes an issue I got to deal with on the day of accountability. That is not so much true from the Western perspective of sustainable development. Because from the Western perspective of sustainable development, it is a remediatory response to a crisis that capitalism created for. And that is why one of the things we need to first reassess as Africans is what does it mean to us? As scholars, we need to define sustainable development based on our own lived reality. That is the number one thing I like to mention. The other thing I like to mention, which Prof brilliantly touched on, focuses on the issue of food security. And he emphasized that there is a need for peace or partnership. And those points were really well developed. There's something I like to mention here. Nations of the world are not equally created, and we do not relate on the same level. The United States has 50 powers in the United Nations, and we have been using our 50 powers legitimately in the current ongoing war, genocide, against the people of Gaza. And every single time the whole world speaks up and says this madness needs to stop, the United States is going to go in the other direction. Why? Because of our interest, our strategic interest as a country. And when you go back to the principles of international trade, how they conduct their businesses, not all nations have equal say in dictating terms of international trade. And what that means is that there is no equal playing path for genuine and authentic partnership that sustainable development is demanding of us. One way to illustrate this better is to go back to the concept of food regimes, which is an extension of some of the points articulated by Prof. We have three forms of food regime. We have the secular colonial food regime that periodizes between 1870 and 1940. And we have another one that started after the Second World War, and that is what we call surplus food regime and the secular food regime. And that was between 1847 and 1973. And what we have until now is what we call the neoliberal corporate food regime, where corporate organization is the commanding eye of the entire food regime in the world. A little brief about the secular food regime. Britain was the major power. And when the British were in charge, they created colonial farms all over places where they colonized, Nigeria inclusive. And the whole policy was structured to ensure that wheat and some other crops that will assist them to meet the food security need, industrializing population need of Great Britain were met. That was the food regime of that era. Not one single country in the global south had a say in the outlook of that food regime. Eventually, the food regime created a crisis that led to the evolution of the second food regime. And during the time of the second food regime, the United States was a major power. And we'll be getting to why I'm speaking about this. During the first food regime, the commodity that was a global power was wheat. When you go back to the crisis in Ukraine, wheat still remains a commodity that commands global power and leverages over global economy and food security. The United States developed a Marshall Plan. When you go back to the articles of the Marshall Plan that the United States Congress passed, food was used as a weapon of domination. For us in Africa, there was a program called Food for Peace Program. The whole idea was to supply food for countries, sell food for countries in Africa. And that led to the dependence of African economy and a food system on export-oriented food. And there were ways that the United States achieved this goal. One of the ways that the United States achieved this goal was to spend a humongous amount of money to support ag extension, agricultural research, and etc., etc. And that was used to foster improvement in productivity, massive improvement in the productivities of a farmers. And we have 15% surplus of the wheat that was created in the whole world. We were able to get wheat to European countries. That was also part of the Marshall Plan. And we told African countries, you don't need to produce what you can secure from the United States. And also, we depended on the United States for the importation of those food items. The other thing that the United States did was to use the power of subsidy. Subsidy has been a subject of continuing debate in many African countries, including Nigeria. Subsidies were one of the mechanisms that the United States used foster dependency of the global south on the United States for their food sufficiency and security. We went as far as buying surplus wheat from our farmers in the United States, using a subsidy as much as 50% below the market price. We bought everything, almost everything from our farmer, 50% below the market price. We did a lot of things. We came up with conditions and conditionality that prevented countries where we were selling our wheat from importing it from other nations. Otherwise, we're not going to have access to financial support from the United States. All these policy tools were used to create an evil international market arena for commodities. And that is one of the things that we need to make a compelling case about it, that there's no way we can have sustainable development without addressing these issues. Even when everyone say we are still there, but what is he doing? It's not anything to change anything, because it's not about the individual. If we don't try to be additional, it's a creation of Agra Foundation. And that was the point I was trying to make. And those that created that do the additional and Agra Foundation, where is the money coming from? It's coming from the Western world. And when an assessment of Agra Foundation was done, it was said that Agra Foundation pledged addressing food security, increasing the income of farmers in the 11 countries that they work in. But they succeeded in doing something. They succeeded in opening African markets for their foreign investors. And that comes back to the issue of new liberal food regime. And when people see additional speak and locate over some of the issues, they're not asking the question. What interest is he representing? And how do you just determine his interest? You need to look in the direction of Agra Foundation. And that's one of the issues that we need to pay attention to. European countries, South American, North American countries, we are using funds to make our agricultural system not only work for the United States, but to also make other countries to depend on us. We need the federal government of Nigeria to use our public funds for similar programs, not to foster, slavery. Whatever we do in the United States, negative, but at least to address the problem facing us in the country. We need government to support our agricultural programs, sustainable development, and etc. If the government is not going to do this, if the United States of America is doing this, it comes at the expense of the interest of Nigeria. Because the first thing we're going to take care of is the interest of the great people of the United States of America. Because American dollar for American interest first, then every other interest. And every other interest, we also have to look at it from a military perspective. What is the military strategic interest of the United States? And that's why when you go back to read the charters, the articles, the provisions of the USAID, it is written that the United States is not going to support any program in a foreign country that we are compete the United States of America. So meaning that what we support is for our own good. If the government of Nigeria, if the scholars of Nigeria respond, the meaning is that we need to push for the government to invest their money in the right place. And education becomes one of these. The other thing that Prof mentioned was the issue of interdisciplinarity. Multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. This is very critical. The world is changing. We need to take a deep and hard assessment of educational offerings in our universities in the country. The other time I was talking with the rector of SESDED, Professor Sakawafada, and we had this extended conversation, the big dreams there for the center and sustainability program. And one of the points I mentioned to him is that we need to put behind the sustainability program. Students who study law from the University of Ibadan and other universities in the country, they should take some courses, general education courses, that make them develop the capacity to learn how to translate whatever they are learning in law and use the language of sustainable development framework. That's not going to happen without taking classes in sustainability. It's one of the things that we need to do differently. We need to have general education courses in Nigeria that are sustainability focused. In that way, every single that the student passes through is going to have a foundation in sustainability. And that makes the job of translation and enrollment easy. The other thing that we need to do is when we go back to the metrics of promotion of professors, assessment of professors in Nigerian university, are we accommodating interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, and some of the metrics that we want to consider? That is critical. And this is one of the things that we are doing in North America. If I need to go for promotion from time to time, I need to make a compelling case. How my research is transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and how my teaching also takes those required for my promotion in the United States. The other thing I like to mention along this line is that we need to change the way we deliver our courses in the university. For the most part, students come to the classroom, they listen to a professor who's doing a good job, an amazing job, and possibly the exam is 70%, the final grade of 60%, or the final grade that they have to continue assessment. We need to know opportunity for them to work on a particular program. What sustainability is calling is that the learning of the practical aspect, the theoretical aspect of any course should go hand in hand with the practical application of those theoretical concepts. And that is why there's a need for us to begin to think about how we can incorporate what we call project-based learning into the educational deliveries in our universities. And there are many reasons. With project-based learning, our students learn the art and science and collaboration, which was one of the points that Prof mentioned. And what that means is that they may be collaborating with society, finding solutions to the problems affecting our communities. In that way, their knowledge is going to be a practical application of the challenges they are graduating them to address in the community. The other way we can also do this is to develop collaborative relationships with companies, with business, with government agencies, asking for the problems that they are facing and bringing those problems into our syllabus, and then using those problems to motivate the delivery of our courses. In that way, our students will have opportunity to work on societal problems while also learning about those theoretical concepts in our courses. By the time they graduate, nobody can call them unemployable graduates. Because the problem that society is dealing with, that industries are dealing with, they use those problems as the basis for facilitating their courses. At the end of the day, they become problem solvers. And that is going to speak to one of the issues that industrial stakeholders are talking about the type of education that we are offering our students in the university. I believe that is something that requires some level of attention. And finally, Prof spoke about ethics and morality. We have a major crisis in Nigeria. We are living with criminals in our communities. I'm not talking about kidnapping. Yahoo. Our universities populated by Yahoo. You know, they took over from parties. Back in the days when I was a union leader, when we gave the responsibility of dealing with parties to university builders. Then we rose and we said, okay, if you think you can kill, we could equally take care of it. So we started running after the parties. Some of my friends, they died in the process, but we did our job. And that assisted university. Someone encouraged that the millions of courses in Nigerian university can be addressed. And we never regretted anything we did, because we need to take up the responsibility of looking countries in the eyes and tell them, if you kill somebody, you can find your way to the other side of the border as well. We did what we need to do. But there was something that took over courses in the Nigerian university, and that is Yahoo Yahoo. Cutting to realize that we could make a lot of money by transforming into Yahoo Yahoo guys. Secondary school students, Yahoo Yahoo. Primary school students, you're blind to it. They have Yahoo Yahoo correct. That is a massive system. We talk about poverty. Poverty is not much of a problem compared to Yahoo Yahoo. Because in every family, in one way or the other, you have a Yahoo Yahoo member. Ladies are into Yahoo Yahoo, boys are into Yahoo Yahoo. When the free money is not coming, somebody that's used to stealing and rationalizing stealing will not find it difficult to take as a family member. Yeah. And that is why when we think about sustainable development, it is not enough to focus on SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3. We need to ask select questions. What are those issues that are constituting sustainability crisis point? Vulnerability in our communities, in our country, those should be the focus of our own SDG. And that is even the entire intent behind the idea of SDG. I work for the United Nations as a lead consultant in Nigeria for the domestication of sustainable development goals. Every single state that I've visited, that I've worked for, starting from Yobe down to Abuja and other parts of the country, they're always asking me, how do we achieve this universal goals? And my response is, that is not the basis of SDG. Sustainability is a place-based concept. And what that means is that you need to come up with your own priorities. It doesn't have to be the way it is written in the Sustainable Development Goals. What we expect people to do is to think about the principles, the underlying ideas and rationale behind each of those goals. And then you come back to your own local level. That what are the manifestations of these issues? You build a plan around that, you bring priority around that, you build strategies and actions to tackle that. And in our country, in Nigeria, this incident of Yahoo Yahoo generation is a fundamental one. And that is one of the ways we need to think about sustainability. So rather than going along the paradigm of the universal issues, framing of sustainable development goals, we need to look inward, identify the sustainable problems we are dealing with, and make them priority. Scholar practitioner attention. And finally, I'm going to be rounding up by calling attention to the fact that we are about to move away from the era of regenerative development. And that makes this conversation. First, talk about renewable energy system. There's a lot of controversy around it. People think it's a cleaner energy system. It's a clean energy system. It's not a clean energy system. There are many sustainability issues associated with the renewables. One of the sustainability issues is that it continues along the paradigm of hegemonic domination. We do not produce the science behind renewable energy system. The science is coming from the Western world. And what that means is that we are going to continue to depend on the gem. And when you use the word renewable, it doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. And there are many debates about that. There are many debates about that in terms of what is the most sustainable. Because I've visited many houses in Nigeria, and I can see that they are suffering from energy poverty. And when you have the problem of energy poverty, it's not going to assist you to move up the ladder of development. It's going to further that development. And that is why it's important that as scholars, what we need to do is to encourage the culture of originality, criticality, examining some of those concepts that are being pushed to us, and make a determination about the right for us. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for made in Nigeria, used in US, coming back to the US. So we really appreciate you, and I think we're waiting. The next speaker is online, but maybe after this is an ongoing discourse. We have homogeneity theory, we have our theories here, theories for development, and many of the people coming from the West, they don't even understand what these theories are all about. We can continue later. Thank you. Let's invite Mr. Michael Meyer, Source to Source Development Initiative from the United States of America. I think it's ready.
Good morning, Prof, and good morning, everyone there at the conference. Can you hear me okay? Is this good signal?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be with you here today. My name is Michael Mayer, representing Source to Source. It's a Canadian company working with a unique partnership here in Oyo State. Just checking in to make sure you're still hearing me okay. Can you just give me a thumbs up to make sure we're good? Unless I hear otherwise, I will continue. Brief word about myself. My background is in business development, program management, finance, and innovation across multiple sectors, particularly now conservation, education at Harvard and Antioch University, where I studied business and environmental affairs. Planet in crisis, can this be Africa's opportunity to evolve, is the question at hand. Plaguing the world are armed conflicts in Gaza, Ukraine, and elsewhere, a global economic downturn, just two examples with impacts that Africa cannot escape. We narrow our focus in this session to a single area of global crisis, the question of whether Africa can find opportunity in the face of climate change. It is my distinct pleasure today to answer that question with a resounding yes, and share with you the extraordinary promise and related challenges that come with scale implementation of natural water solutions. What do we mean by natural solutions? It's both a logical approach to meeting embedded challenges and nature-based solutions that lie at the heart of bringing safe, sanitary, resilient, and affordable water supply to Ibadan and beyond. With the long-held problems are seeds for an enduring system of sustainability. Today, I'll share what that looks like with my colleague, Corey Albers, who I'll introduce momentarily. We'll share the pieces, how they work together, and why this approach to an endemic problem can lead to transformative results. We can start up front with what those transformative results, what we can name them. And in fact, they fall into three categories as offered by our colleague, James Hurd Nixon. It is natural capital, social capital, and economic capital. Each of these is a critical component to our overarching theme for this morning, the value proposition that nature has all the answers, and by working together in an integrated and holistic fashion, we can weave together the best of indigenous knowledge and wisdom, modern technologies, and vast resource support systems. Because that's the theme of our talk, I'll repeat that. It's that nature has the answers, and by working together in an integrated and holistic fashion, we can weave together the best of indigenous knowledge and wisdom, modern technologies, and vast resource support systems. So what is the problem? In broadest terms, the problem is soil health, carbon capture, biodiversity, management of plant species, stopping desertification, and water cycle restoration on both small and large scale, what is known as the biotic pump, which we'll be talking about shortly. It's the resulting challenges of food production as well. Beyond ecological degradation, poor water quality is increased by unsafe water management and hygiene practices and lack of a motivated, educated community engagement. In Oyo State, the water delivery system is broken, unreliable, and not sustainable financially. Citizens do not have access to water, nor the mindset to pay for it. Asajiri Reservoir has long brought water to Ibadan and its 3.5 million residents. Years in disrepair, its water treatment system failed 4 years ago, costing local livelihoods, well-being, and increased poverty. Agricultural and human waste degrades the watershed, and available city water destabilizes climate. Nearby Lake Eliele water treatment facility is also broken, with industrial waste, ground contaminants nearby. So what's the solution? We see it as a regenerative system for increased supply and reliability of potable water at scale that pays for itself. It is being launched by a public-private community partnership here in Oyo State. It is led by Source to Source, the award-winning engineering specialist in nature-based water. Source momentarily. The partnership includes Water Corporation of Oyo State, WCOS, CESDEV, our wonderful host of this conference, NGOs like the Sustainable Green Environment Initiative, and leadership from the indigenous, residential, business, industrial, finance, and renewable energy communities. The water treatment system developed by Source to Source delivers purified water through a deep commitment to sustainability, community enrichment, and alignment with principles of biomimicry inspired by the natural world and indigenous knowledge. Replicating the way natural ecosystems clean water makes the system inherently efficient, cost-effective, easy to maintain, and managed with minimal technical training. The entire process brings to the community a sense of pride and local ownership in their shared space of beauty and practical function. And just briefly, a snapshot of how it works. Over to Corey. Wetlands function as kidneys in the source-to-source system. It's where water moves first through a pre-treatment screen, then a network of wetland plants before seeping through a biologically active sand filtration layer, which is also covered by wetland plants. Moves to underlying coarse gravel that mimics a gravel aquifer. By this point, the water is fully cleansed, with final disinfection achieved through modest chlorination, the only chemical used in the entire nature-based system. The system is built of sand, gravel, diverse wetland plant species, all mostly sourced locally and immediately available. So co-founder and CEO of Source to Source, Corey Albert, is here to talk more about Source to Source, its track record, and preliminary plans to adapting what they have learned over 20 years to circumstances, conditions, needs, and opportunities in the Ibadan region. Corey, the floor is yours. Corey, we are not hearing your voice.
There, are you able to hear me now?
Much better. Thank you for unmuting. Proceed, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, and thank you all for the opportunity for myself and the Source to Source team to be able to present to you today. As Michael said, I'm going to give you a little bit of a sense for what it is that we're planning on doing in the Ibadan region, and a little bit of a sense for the type of work that we have undertaken as very successfully in the past. So thank you very much. I am Corey Elbers. I am the CEO of Source to Source. First step was that we undertook a reconnaissance mission in March of 2024. Myself and my two traveling colleagues on the team on the left, and we met with many folks along the way. Two photos on the right are examples of that. And I learned so much coming to the region, incredibly insightful learnings. We went to observe water infrastructure, big and small, and sought to really understand, you know, the nature of how people are dealing with their situation to source water in all at every level in the community. And as Michael said, we have two focal points. One is the reservoir of Azajiri to the east of the city, and the other is the reservoir of Ele that is in the northwest part of the city. For Azajiri Reservoir, on the left, you see in pink the non-functioning conventional water treatment plant area. And in the central part, central left part is a large open space of land that the Water Corporation of Oyo State asked us to examine. And on the right-hand side, you can see what a conceptual layout of a 36-hectare water treatment system would look like that could produce and deliver up to 186,000 cubic meters of water per day. Excuse me. In the Ele Reservoir, there is an underperforming conventional water treatment plant. And similarly, we were asked to look at what would a system look like that could have the capability of producing and delivering up to 17,300 cubic meters of water per day. And this is what it looks like. Both of these lands are otherwise not used, and therefore are available to help the community achieve their objectives. And furthermore, we've put together a few conceptual images of what the Nigerian outcomes could look like. Spaces that are very beautiful and at least partially publicly accessible, so that these spaces can become teaching environments and places where people's spirits and can be raised by just being in the presence of great abundant life. Two more examples of conceptual images for the type of spaces that we would like to be able to create. And so who are Source to Source? What kind of project experience examples do we have? And I'm going to show you this basically partly to highlight and reinforce what a distributed nature-based water treatment systems look like. This is a set of projects in the community that I live in Canada, in which we've done, our great work and had our great successes. And you can see they're all over the city. And a distributed set of treatment systems is just that. It's not a single system, it's multiple, so that if there are any problems or failures in one system, it does not affect all the others. And that's where the resilience of distributed treatment systems comes from, is that they all operate independently and all individually contribute to the community outcomes. I'm going to just show you a couple of these very key photos to show kind of before and after what the environments can look like. This is one that was completed in 1995. It's the only one that I don't have a before photo, but these are jewels in the community. They're incredibly biodiverse, and they end up being reservoirs of biodiversity that are anchors for an entire region. And like I say, jewels in the community, incredibly vibrant and beloved by the community residents. Here's another one showing a before image of the undeveloped field on the left and what it actually looks like on the right. They serve multiple purposes in a community. This one provides flood protection for the community, while also being a beautiful park space. And this one here is one of our flagships, where it was so successful and beloved by the community that it won the top landscape architecture award in Canada, in all of Canada, in 2021. So we're very, very proud of the outcomes there, and it was partially a reclamation project to reclaim a former gravel pit into something that would be a beautiful, functional place in the community. Another example where we create vibrant park spaces out of undeveloped lands. One of the key outcomes in this one was to produce continuous large quantities of irrigation water for use in the community. And this is another one that I'm going to dive into just a little bit deeper than showing you a before and after. On the left, there is what the farmland looked like before we developed it, and on the right, only 6 years later, it's fully developed and fully established. But I'm going to now take you into some of the spaces inside here and just show you what it looks like to go from 1 year to the next at construction. On the top left corner, we see April 2021, and then right below that, 2 years later, is what it looked like. And then another full year later is what it looks like on the right-hand side. It's become very established and quite a bit of ecological diversity within. And that is exactly what we were looking for in order to support the water treatment objectives. Top left here under construction, 1 year later, little more than 1 year later on the bottom left is what it looked like. And then 2 years later is the large photo on the right. This has now become a fully established treatment system that produces incredibly clean water that in most parts of the world would be drinkable. And this is really exactly the model that we're proposing in the Ibadan region. Another little space inside, top left, just after construction, a little less than 1 year later, bottom left photo, and then another year afterwards is the right photo. Fully established wetland plants, and this is now what the treatment system looks and feels like. Again, top left, just before finishing construction. 1 year later is the bottom left, And then only another year later is this completely established wetland system that is providing all the treatment services that we're looking for. Top left, just before construction finished. 1 year later, bottom left, you can see scattered in there plants that we had planted ourselves and as part of the construction process. And 1 year later on the right, full establishment of the treatment environment. And this is, keep in mind, this is in Canada, where we have approximately 5 months worth of growing time. In Ibadan and other parts of Nigeria, you have a full 12 months of growing. So the establishment would be even faster. So with that, I just want to thank you for honoring us to be able to speak with you today. And thank you for considering nature-based solutions for your water treatment needs in Nigeria. I will pass it back to Michael, and I'd be happy to participate in any questions and answers afterwards. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Corey. Back now to the bigger picture that I will continue to share more about. How do we adapt what Source to Source has been doing, adapt to Oyo State? Well, first, there's our collaboration that is building among key players through Water Corporation of Oyo State, representing government, external finance partners, NGOs, SESDEV, of course, industrial partners. Second, plan that is key to first stage funding that we have begun to solicit. The business plan concept in a nutshell is as follows. Affordable user fees backed by government and impact investor guarantees is leveraged in public land donations and upgrade of current water system infrastructure, and is being designed to support financing for the metered potable water supply system for an estimated 3.3 million users in Ibadan. User fees are aimed to be set low enough as to be affordable for on-time payment from residents, yet sufficient to support over $300 million in development financing currently available on terms we have built into our planning. Highlights of the applied water solution include practical financing on behalf of the 3.3 million users, many of whom are without tap water currently. The self-sustaining business model that supports healthy families, the culture, and the economy. Again, it includes metered water use fees that work for residential and industrial rates, as you might imagine. Rebate incentives for timely and consistent payment. Guarantee of user fee income backs the investor financing. Balanced finance with a range of sources covering pre-development and balances risk and ensures ongoing affordability. Public land donation for nature-based treatment water wetlands. Restoration of existing infrastructure assets that enhance the nature-based solutions. So it's really a combining of technical, financial, indigenous, even spiritual, and community-based solutions, combining them to serve all the stakeholder interests, optimizing public and private resources for critical water developed in conjunction with renewable energy supply, which we don't have time to talk about this morning, but it's another exciting aspect of our work. It's local leadership and stakeholder engagement that is part of the joint venture we have with respected NGOs to support fiscal and operational management. Finally, local professionals and landscapers are on-site operators of the NGO enterprise. We are forming this enterprise, supported by state-of-the-art hydrological engineers and development partners. So briefly, what are the benefits of our integrated action for nature, climate, and people? Well, by combining traditional ecological knowledge with state-of-the-art techniques for accelerated ecosystem restoration in replacing Asajiri and Eliele water systems, we produce the following outcomes. I'll list four. One, it's sustainably sourced potable water, as we've discussed, over the course of 4 years, with focused benefits to those experiencing poverty. Two, it's the improved environmental and climatic conditions achieved by advancing land and water stewardship best practices. Our work will also protect the biodiversity and improve the health of the Ocean River, one of 2 Nigerian UNESCO World Heritage Sites. 3, it's community engagement, attitudinal and behavioral change, with inviting opportunities for structured training, education, and collaboration around health and hygiene, respect for water, career paths for working with nature, and stewardship grounded in indigenous knowledge. Finally, we want to stress job creation for over 100 residents from the community, targeting women and marginalized populations, especially in building and managing the wetland and the community center, which is planned to be part of wetland redevelopment restoration. These outcomes interrelate in various ways. First, the wetlands modulate climate through a process of transpiration and cooling, with which you might be familiar. That is, its vegetation and water-rich areas radiating far less heat than degraded land does by converting solar energy into water vapor, biomass, and bioaerosols that stimulate condensation and cloud formation. This process carries energy away from the Earth's surface and increases water, shade, rain, and releases energy at altitudes where it can better bypass greenhouse gases and escape to space. Emerging science indicates that these biotic water cycles constitute a critical planetary climate-controlled system known as the biotic pump. Construction of wetlands bring these and other benefits to the immediate region almost immediately. By cultivating the 37-hectare wetland ecosystem at Asajiri, as well as Eliele's smaller terraced system, we will expand and protect the range of indigenous flora and fauna that create microenvironments where community members can see how plant roots and microorganisms stabilize soils, increase water retention, and further the plant growth and biodiversity that protect wildlife habitat, bird migration, and safe animal corridors. Upstream residents will be encouraged and supported in using this knowledge to mitigate soil erosion and floods, improve soil fertility, and reduce downstream pollution. Finally, our staff will implement and communicate these insights to local public officials, along with local elders, their support, and support also of academics and experts in nature-based solutions. By providing on-site training, experiential learning opportunities, first for students and citizen scientists, and leadership and entrepreneurial support, we build a cadre of practitioners, change makers, entrepreneurs, and citizen scientists, all empowered to increase and assess social, economic, and ecological resilience. I know that's a big mouthful. Something we are excited about and something WTOS is thrilled to be engaged in supporting. So what are the biggest challenges to getting the system up and running? I'll choose to speak of them here. First, there's no getting around that it's expensive. Even with a sustainable business model based on reasonable projections for both revenue and government participation to leverage third-party financing. Raising the money for such a vast infrastructure project is never easy. Also, can the state be relied upon to cover its modest share of financing annual operating costs beyond year-to-year budget allocation? Second, cost overruns always must be considered in our budget, such as this. Third, state government has little experience in and capacity for developing and operating major, fully functional and reliable water treatment and supply systems. And they do so successfully under the proposed joint venture contract now under discussion, being negotiated. Fourth, most citizens lacking access to water currently, the appetite for paying water use tariffs or fees has really not been tested. Will most citizens value the water service enough to prioritize payment of what is set as a modest user fee?
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mr. Mayor. We can hear you clearly from our end. Can you please kindly confirm you heard you clearly?
Okay, you're saying you can't hear me? Is this any better?
Yeah, very, very much better now.
I'm sorry, I had a connection that was weakening. I hope you didn't lose too much. These challenges all checking to see whether my microphone is still on. Okay, just checking to see you're hearing me okay still? Can somebody indicate yes?
Michael, it's Corey here. It's very off and on. It's patchy, and we are losing a lot of what you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm I'm trying again.
Yeah, that's much more better now.
Much better. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for that technical glitch.
That's right.
Yeah. These challenges all relate to levels of accountability, and as daunting as they each may be, risk mitigation factors are proposed for each. Among the most important of these is staged development. That is, each stage of the phased rollout occurs only once certain benchmarks are achieved. That engenders confidence in the system, perceived value, and momentum toward success. And success, as we all know, breeds success along with community-wide commitment for success to occur. Community engagement is a critical aspect of what can make this project succeed. And the goal of our team is to increase awareness of this nature-based solution, to begin to grow confidence throughout the community in its success, and inspire everyone from government and community leaders to the academy, businesses, funders, and local citizens, all stakeholders, to each do their part. Far-reaching and meaningful opportunities for engagement include advocacy support around government water-related policy, business partnering, supporting the shift in mindset goes with adapting to a system that brings water to homes, which is all the individual and shared responsibility that comes with the benefits, and research action. We're committed to a range of research to action areas of interest, some of which I'd like to run through now. First of all, SESDEV investigators will be conducting initial outreach with community leaders to identify stakeholder needs and wants and inventory local species and indigenous practices that can inform the design of the wetland system. Survey and ethnographic methods will assess participants' knowledge and beliefs about land and water stewardship, both before and after outreach sessions. This will allow tracking of knowledge growth, outreach efficacy, and set empirical baselines for outcomes, engagement, attitude change, and behavior change. Outreach data collection to inform the 4-year nature-based system begins with a wetlands laboratory at 1/10 the size of the completed system. This will eventually expand to the whole site based on an iterative process of biological research and development, as well as stakeholder input. Over time, cultivation and evaluation of candidate species and microecologies, as well as metrics and assays, will track impacts on water quality and environmental and climate benefits. The microecologies that emerge are hard to predict, but easy to detect by comparing water quality inputs to outputs. They become building blocks for the full wetlands environment. A pre-construction survey of plants, animals, and microorganisms by professional and citizen scientists to create a baseline estimate of environmental and climatic conditions, including temperature, humidity, and participation, as well as species diversity and relative abundances. Field guides, lab manuals, and training programs will codify user-friendly and replicable processes to inform ongoing maintenance activities, demonstration exhibits, and data collecting educational programs that will eventually make the key insights visible and actionable for visitors to the planned community center. Resulting data will allow us to tune and monitor the build-out and performance of the system. In that mature system, all this work comes together sustainably and synergistically. SESDEV, in collaboration with its community partners and an international nonprofit known as Eco Restoration Alliance, will demonstrate improvement of water quality, diversity, climatic and environmental conditions, and local lives and livelihoods by combining emerging science, indigenous knowledge, and nature-based processes. The community center in the wetlands will become a learning and outreach facility for structured training and education around water, health, and hygiene, career paths working with nature, and land and water stewardship. Long-term success measures will include community participation, consumer satisfaction, job creation, and improvements to health incomes. I'm sorry, in improvements in health indicators. Other areas of research include economic value of time lost due to lack of water access, the cost of waterborne disease, how soil health affects climate, and there are many others that we're excited to explore with the academic community. So we look forward to all of these collaborations resulting in published reports, journal papers, storytelling videos, very important contributor to spreading the word, and posts on social media, both regionally and worldwide, to many who are interested in these activities happening in Nigeria. A quick word about our NGO partners. That, of course, has specialties in forest system restoration, informed by indigenous knowledge of tree species for food and income, erosion control, soil conservation, specialties in agroforestry, farm diversification, livestock systems for food and income security, improve water quality, availability, community mobilization, collaboration around farmer capacity building, providing seedlings for degraded land residents. Obviously, they are central to the success of the project. Two leading West African NGOs, Sustainable Green Environment Initiative, known as SGEI, and Better World Cameroon. SGEI has trained over 1 million marginalized youth, smallholder farmers, and others in biocultural leadership and sustainability skills, agriculture, renewable energy, water resource management, and green building in. Better World Cameroon has extensive experience with the World Food Festival in Ife, Nigeria. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And in WASH, the water sanitation and hygiene practices so important to public health, as well as community building around indigenous values. These NGOs will engage the community in several ways. They will bring stakeholders together and co-create facility plans, intergenerational storytelling, bioregional education, an art-based carnival that honors ancestral water deities. They will collect and map stories, reinforce Ubuntu and social justice, remove social and educational barriers by celebrating rural science and traditional crafts. They will support small business development through ecological leadership, green entrepreneurship, training and job placement, and support regenerative work with botanical and medicinal demonstration gardens through local knowledge of indigenous food crops. And finally, it's important to know they will support community elders in their use of traditional ways of counsel methods to engage marginalized groups and women, support and cultivate local leaders in recognizing multiple values of nature. I know we're trying to bring a lot into a relatively short period of time, and I will close by simply offering this last word. For transformation, for the health and prosperity to occur at scale in investment must be made in the largest demographic in Africa, and that is the young people, and the intergenerational opportunities that exist for cooperation and mutual benefit. Thank you once again for the opportunity to be with you all today and for the extraordinary leadership and guidance given to us by Prof at ISDS. So seeing that our time is up, I will close. And we look to learn and grow with you. I hope my contact information and that of Corey Alpers are in your program. If not, we look to CESDEV to make sure that you can have that. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Meyer, for your contributions to this year's tournament. Let's give him another round of applause. It's difficult to come, right? So we are in another house. Everybody has gotten tea and snacks. Please just stay where you are. They will get to you. The next on our agenda, part of the site event, powered by DEPRA, is sustainable solution options. And the speaker will be Dr. Adebiyi Aderounmu, Dapri, Nigeria, and Dr. James Tobi from Vena Project in Nigeria. Dr. Adebiyi invited is one of our products here, and he has been doing great with all the lectures they received. You're welcome. Let's welcome you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I always say this is Nigeria. Stand on the existing protocol. It's always a risk. Believing that our protocol is I bring greetings from my colleagues who are pioneer cohorts of the Center for Sustainable Development. And I remember we had the first edition of the summit in the year 2010. That is one that successfully and they have more community factor. I'm not expected to spend much time. Sincerely speaking, Dean Professor Adebiyi really been able to picture something very, very beautiful and significant from what I had in mind. But for most of us that are regular, you know, in Development Practice Academy, what we do, we always want to update those who are following us every year in this platform. And you will permit me to quickly run through a few of the slides that I have here. We might not be as academics because, sincerely speaking, we believe in practice. We know the academic forms the knowledge base, but for us, there's going to be any sustainability. The practice barely answers the question. The mode of action will be ready at hand as long as you are able to get results. Thank you very much. Yeah, sustainable solution option. This platform came into being in about last 7 years, thereabout, accompanying ISDS, because the initiators are products of this same center. And the idea is showcase innovation and smart development solutions that are very, very significant in inclusiveness and sustainability priorities. Again, over the years, we've been presenting activity-based innovations that DEPRA have participated or facilitated, and we brought some participants to this summit. For this year, we won't be able to do that. We are not doing that in bringing some of these parts, because as I speak, we are still running another program for majority of participants. And the project they are running now is World Bank project on life. And we are running currently in Europe. So that's why we may not be able to showcase that as expected. But critically, DIPRA is focused on the integration that could exist in between the practice, research, and the major thing we always mention, policy, political will. The nexus in between the three seems to be the concern of people all along. And in not settling down for this focus, we have been able to get a number of results, some of which we have presented in the past year. And I'm glad to inform you that the pioneer cohort of the Center for Sustainable Development, particularly the MVP, under the aegis of Association for Masters in Sustainable Development Practice, Nigeria, had really been part of the DIPRA activities all along. And the chairman of the board is a former vice chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Fabio. Yeah, I won't bother you about this. I will go to the next slide. Yeah, after the last ISDS, DIPRA had successfully pursued the issue of national dairy policy to a conclusion. We've been mentioning it in the last few years that we are in it, because in 2019, when DIPRA organized our annual Development Icon Summit, we focused on dairy enterprise as one critical platform that can drive our economy sustainably in Nigeria. And we discovered at that forum that as at 2019, Nigeria had no dairy policy. And you and I can imagine for how long we've been taking milk. And it was at that forum that we discovered that about 70% of the milk we take in Nigeria is regarded as spilled milk. That is milk with a lot of supplement, not the real milk as it's supposed to be. So we felt if we are not having any national policy, then it's worth pursuing. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Natural Resources there confirmed that. And since then, the federal government has been able to take it up as a responsibility and engage the critical stakeholder in that sector. And as I speak, there is national dairy policy because we felt we need to give a feedback. About 6 years ago, we came here too. And one other thing that DIPRA is engaged in is about dairy development in the area of production. And we discovered that a typical Nigerian cattle cannot give you 3 liters of milk a day. And we decided to partner with Smart Farms Limited, and we started on breed improvement. As at 4 years ago, the F1 will give us 12 to 15 liters of milk per animal per day. And we felt, no, what's Nigeria doing about the breeding improvement? We are not proud of our own milk. We always talk about the ocean. We always talk about what's our own problem? Where is our own breed that God has created to adapt to this system? And if there is any research that's going to be carried out, it should be on how to improve them, first of all. They have the natural capacity first before the adaptation. And you remember last year we mentioned that the animal that gives the largest volume of milk in Nigeria gives close to about 30 liters of milk per animal per day. Is in the Zube farm owned by former Commander-in-Chief Armed Forces and is under air condition. That's the reality. So, how many Nigerians can afford that? And what's the volume of the meat coming out of the Zube farm? And if we are talking about development, you will agree with me that it's as ubiquitous as we cannot define my development for me. And the fact that my grandfather never entered the aircraft does not make him not developed, because he never needed it. All he needed was to take good bandage yam, probably a cup of family, and he started singing along. So we must keep on addressing our consciousness about development. But as I speak to the issue of national dairy policy, is equally in place. And like I mentioned earlier, there is a World Bank supported project that for the first time focused on livestock in Nigeria. We started the workshop yesterday, and the focus is how are we looking at breeding? How are we looking at small holding livestock system? How are we improving cattle, goats, and sheep, poultry, and the swine platform for Nigeria? And yes, it's good. Where a lot of our leaders are advancing about telling us if I'm looking for investment, let's do it big. Let's do it big. It's good to do big. But my people will say is the one that you are able to see, that is called the eye. That is the reality. People have been tendering or taking care of these animals long before now. So if you will improve, can you just improve that? We keep on saying that the GDP of the country, the greatest comes from agriculture. And you and I know that agriculture is still at the subsistence level. Why can't we enhance that first before we start talking about the big players? Unfortunately, the big players will never dance to our tune. Because like Mr. David said, capitalism is the bedrock. But again, that is in place. Most of all things listed there are in place as I speak to you. You remember last year we brought in Agro Infotech to come and talk about the partnership we have with them concerning day-old chicks protection. And that is really advancing. Nigeria Institute of Animal Science. Part of the 2019 development icons forum led to us puzzling the idea of looking at how far they can thrive in Nigeria. And as I speak to you, Oyo State produced, I think, maybe 65 to 70% of the raw meat that you can generate or process in Nigeria today. And out of that 65%, 90% are from non-Fulani dairy farmers. Yes. So it's not a question of tribe, neither is it a question of religion. We should just look outside that The issue is that, are we in it? And the clustering system is equally advanced. So the University of Abuja has shown interest in what Professor Adebisi mentioned the other time, for us to be more practice-based, and decided to establish the Center for Daily Science, which IPRA is a partner now. Begin to see how we can drive it, so that that aspect, we focus on it, we see how far we can travel the next few years. Early this month, it should not a radio. I don't know how many of us have heard about or had become a global issue as the largest single monument in Africa. And it happens to be a defense wall that was built around the whole Ijebu kingdom in the ancient time, covering about 160 kilometers. And that seems to begin to trend within the archaeological sector. Interestingly, IPRA is invited part of the people that examines the LiDAR survey data presented. And then from there, we are getting involved in what it translates to. Because our interest is that, yes, we've done the research, thank God. Where are the policy makers? And how does that one translate to our practice? That's the only thing that we bring about sustainable development. Now, airpress, I've already mentioned that. Can we go to the next slide? Spare us of that. The essence of that previous slide is to tell us that we are still in partnership, like we kept on mentioning, with the council of all local government head of department, 774 local governments in Nigeria. We still work closely with them. Begin to see if the academic is having research products, there is a way extended to them, they can monitor, because they do their school level, 774 local government, something better coming up. Not long ago, personally, I was in the northern Ghana, and I saw shea butter process. You don't need any law to tell you you don't tamper with the tree. You don't need it, because the outcome from that tree is visible. Everybody knows that we are making money from it. So you cannot just say it's because XYZ. But here, all our shea butter trees are translated to charcoal. And these are Prof. This is nothing less than for such a plant to fruit. But our own worry is this. We kept on saying they are wide variety. When are we going to have professorial findings of our research? You're reducing the number of years for us to now begin to have the look at what we can begin to plan. Or is it until when the Gates sponsor the research and they start supplying us the seed again? Our research must be contextualized if we are going anywhere at all. So, it is true that incredibly, Africa is a continent where some of the oldest civilizations in the world had ever existed. Fine. We are proud of that. Again, we can say we are rich in culture, diversity, and history. The Western world will keep on telling us until eternity will fall. And the beauty of it is that having diverse wildlife that are on different geographies, so to say, we kept on saying in Kenya, in this, in that, fine, and they are very, very beautiful. And when you tell the story of the huge mineral deposits in Africa, it has always been, oh, that is very amazing. But Congo had never known peace, masterminded by some guys. As I speak, Nigeria, where we have this mineral deposit, including Oyo State, had no peace just because some guys are behind you. And they kept on telling us that, oh, deposit, oh, it's very, very incredible. African, you are there. And all of us will smile. Are we correct? Are we actually on the trajectory of our own sustainable development? I don't think we are on the road yet. If people say the road is far, I will agree. If we are on the road, but it is far. But are we really on the road? Lithium is being mined in Oyo State in about 3 locations. Nothing is beneficial to the community. And let us look beyond all this neo-colonialism idea of so if somebody is coming to mine, he builds one school for you, he builds one hospital for you. If you could mine and build that kind of thing for you, what forbids if you are part of the real mining? And you not just say they are not processing it here. Is it not just to estimate that they are calling mining? And who are they using to do that? Still are the same people as laborers. So why can't we do that and put it on the market? And someone somewhere will tell you, yes, we have the human resource, and then we have very significant population, which they kept on pursuing to market their own products. Yes, if these ones will look like strength, there is no doubt that the fact that we are the second largest continent in the world, nobody is querying us. We could be truly an amazing continent. But for now, I don't think we beat our chest that we are truly amazing with what we see and the way we are referred to on the development plan. The next slide. So if Africa will evolve at all, I want to believe that this Yoruba balance will be not due to which means when there is fire on you and your child, you first take care of yourself before you can rescue child. So many times when we kept on referring in America, China, in India, please, when are you going to talk in Nigeria? The only corruption that America could not factor into the system is that is it. Is the thing. When you're finding it very, very difficult in America, someone will tell you it's corruption. Can we define our corruption? I said it maybe about 3 years ago on this, that even if we factor in our corruption, we can still progress if we actually know where. If this road is going to cost 30 billion, and you decided as a government to do it for 50 billion, I bet shall do it the correct way. We are not coming back there next time. Then while we are thinking of how we tackle that excess that we have on it, can we be moving forward, factoring it in the system? But when we are corrupt and we are not even on the path, we are not doing what is correct. So we are, and the reality is that we must be able to dissect the crisis we are even talking about. Occasionally, when they talk about the global crisis now, somebody will tell you Russia. I think before you get to Russia, we don't get crisis. If you give the student the opportunity that come up with a proposal of what you want to work about on global crisis, they will be taking Palestine, Israel. And lecturers are going to evaluate that. I beg, can we step these things down? Let them look at local crisis. Let's get out of it first before we start thinking about our neighbor. That is the only way we can be talking about our own development. But as long as we are waiting for somebody to define our development, that person will continually tell us how we need to live the kind of a life we want to. Next slide. So if Africa will ever evolve, we need to realize that opportunities always abound. Whether crisis or no crisis, opportunity always exists in humanity. And I will leave what they say. That's what the Yoruba people say. That even if you say that the situation is bad, if you critically look at it and you examine it, you will still be able to discover there are goodies there. And if you are so excited about the goodies around you, if you still look at it, you will still find out that the other side still lies there. So Africa must globalize clear vision and mission. Thank God, Mr. David mentioned that the other time. This issue of unholy, fake comradeship. In America, we are talking as a continent. We to Africa, we say we are talking as the same platform. Are we going to the same destination? We need to really understand that. And if we are going to evolve, catching on opportunity, we need to recognize our real identity and work on this planet by sincere SWOT analysis. Sincere. We have to just be sincere. If we don't have it, we don't have it. Unfortunately, some of us will always admit if the guys from the Western world should just tell you you are black, say yes, I'm black, even though you are slight professional that you did. You say yes, sir, you are black. And another person, change your name. That's your concept. So we must admit who we are and have a defined African focus to exist, not as an appendage, but as a partner. If we are a partner or a stakeholder, I like using the word stakeholder. Everybody is holding a stake. Should we understand the stake? Everybody is holding a stake. Either you are a passerby or you are a host, you are holding a stake in this issue of sustainable development globally. But the strength of the whole stake that you are holding is what matters. Lest we deceive ourselves, we are stakeholders. We are stakeholders. Stakeholders, we are, your stake, how strong is it in the market? If it is not strong, you will agree that you are a partner, but yet you are praying. You are laboring that you should be able to have this particular height of strength over time. That would be very, very important if we are going to go at any time. Again, Africa, we have to retire with state ownership and comparison. I already mentioned it. But we have to be sincerely deliberate about what we need and want. Economists will always say that wants are what? Insatiable. So if it is insatiable, I don't think we should be living on wants all days of life. As we want this big, we quickly should be thinking about how small do we need for now. That may help us get to where we are going. Or that may help us lay a perfect foundation on which coming generations will build up effectively. And why we want what we want is equally very critical. Perhaps if we answer this question, the rate at which corruption is trending, what do I want it? Just for what use? We are man. on this sustainable development platform, like the illustration Prof gave the other time. We are so religious, and it's not even translating to this common. Why are you Christian? Why are you Muslim? The essence is just for you to live a good life. And none of this faith is saying that you should spoil it for people coming behind. So, do you need somebody from the Western world to start telling you that you need to buy concepts of which they are defined to suit themselves? And I always illustrate the issue of ethics as an express road of about 6 lanes, where if you have the Volkswagen Beetle, you can drive only at your office. If you have Mercedes-Benz 2024 edition, you can drive only to your own place. And that's the reason why I love the illustration Prof gave the other time. You are, yes, we are on it. You are pursuing SDG, but I'm pursuing my own, you are pursuing your own. Don't let your own tamper with me. I will equally make sure that my own is not dangerous. That's all about it. It's not that we are going to press one tape somewhere. Fortunately, God is God. There is no country that can boastfully say we have achieved comfortably on all the SDG. No country. And again, our focus must be so clear. How can we get it? If we cannot start what we can relate to, and we are thinking we will get it with the methodology that we are bringing. That renewable energy, I was so happy when Prof was touching it. Why? Because all of us in Africa, we are started celebrating. We have the sun ray. Well, you get the technology. You may never enjoy it as expected. Because what makes you to enjoy it, somebody is making you. So you can determine the affordability of what translates the sun ray, the power that you are talking. So we are not there. Then we must realize this. Next slide. So if we will ever involve colonization of African systems, some people in the process of colonization have decided to tweak that which is necessary, keep suiting generations to come. They have the idea of that sustainability long time ago. So that we will never get out of it. No matter how anybody wants to argue, the idea is that that's the way they are designed, including our educational system. So that we will also align, as always, with their own interests. So we too must sit down and think about how we will address that, particularly our history. They made us to believe what they said we were, just because they were the first to document it. Can we begin to rewrite our history as appropriate? We need to decolonize our history, including the spellings and the names they've given to our grandfathers or great grandfathers. Even the way they perceived it, it's still the same way we are carrying it on the back, but we are proud of it. Something needed to be done. And if you are telling a child now about history, we don't need all those things to survive. We need more than that. Probably you said there, have you ever seen an American toying with American dream? Impossible. It's impossible. And one youth to stand up somewhere and say, they do not even give us any dream. Let's stop that kind of thing. Me, I will follow any youth who knows where we are going. I won't follow any youth by age. You can also run. Let them run now. If they are running inside bush, will you follow them? You've got to settle down and learn. You always say, you don't want to talk, they are going. What have you been able to do about them? What are we going to take? I think I the other one still taught them. Happy?
Yes.
And they are not teaching you. We must face the reality. The education and our research. I think I've mentioned that the first issue of our research must be contextualized. We are looking at the example of shared portal here, which we have mentioned concerning daily too. If you want 2-3 of the graduates on a particular issue, just go and scratch something like that. As you are having your next master's student, can he or she advance on your PhD? Can they? Yes. When we don't have products, and let's go into allied research. And somebody is saying, is somebody putting their money for that research? The ones you are doing now with that money, let it be along that line, so that when money comes, you can do it well. Fortunately, the funding space is shrinking by the day. Whether we like it. And I want to believe that the professors in the house will pardon me, that a professor professes so much of it. Because the higher you go, it becomes narrow. So, if Professor A is professing much of the narrow, another one narrow, we will occupy the space now. And when we sum them up together, we should have something in concrete terms to work with. That is it. Africa, wherever you go. That is the reality. Of course, we are not consuming what we are. Everybody wants to eat for parents. Everybody. Well, I was somewhere recently, and they said, okay, breakfast, what are you going to take? I just saw quite a lot of my colleagues were just going for those they said, oh, this is foreign series. That's what I think. So, you know, from Syria. Fortunately, the other Syria you are taking, you are still augmenting with milk and sugar. Augment of the milk and sugar now. What proof do you want to give to me that that one is much more nutritious than Syria? Can we just admit the reality that until we consume what we produce, we are not likely going to go anywhere? Unfortunately, the elites, we thought we knew, yet we are doing wrong. Including our language. They have almost taken everything away from us. I remember Professor Kokola shared an experience. We were traveling one day together, and he was saying that he was in the public transport, and one middle-aged woman, probably she went to pick the grandchild or whatever school, and they were coming, and the woman was trying to speak English without me to laugh, and it was all wrong English. He said he was so provoked to the extent that Mama said, Yoruba is also money. They put that something correct. Only because we want to belong. We want to prove as if we are divine. So all of us must come to that reality. So the literate development movement is very, very crucial. And we can only achieve that if we are all ready to take responsibility. I was at the traffic, what's it called, junction there, traffic light. Stop. And I saw another man that one at Tinubu. Is it Tinubu? I don't think not take responsibility. Or is it Sheyi Makinde? All other people that are waiting have nowhere they're going. And please try, do the survey, it's what I have done. Stop an average Nigerian that is now asking what is going on his mind. It's only here. It's not an emergency. It's not at all. It's only here. So we have to take responsibility. All the time you say it's the leader. I'm coming to believe that we have more followership problem, leadership problem. And it's like we deserve the kind of leaders we have. We deserve it. Some time ago, we are the ballot, we wanted to do it. My auntie that who said to me that your son, sure you understand Africa, now become my son. It's our son, no. Say your son cannot pay for wife, then I can pay. Cannot pay for jam, I can pay. On the election day, all these your people, I don't know them, oh, you know I'm not around. This one, who is he? After the description, I said, it's like this one may understand the language we're speaking there. He said, no. This one has not normal. See, as from today, let him be doing normal. If I cannot even invest, please. You should realize you don't need to ask for something. That means you are satisfied. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, realistic quality engagement, and then we should think Africa first and think the planet next. Again, I won't talk about that one again, Prof has talked about localizing the SDGs. Do it your own way. And then endogenous development creed is of essence. And I want to assume that we all know the endogenous development creed. The need must be identified locally. And then how to drive it must equally be local. The benefits, greater percentage of it must reside locally. And then you can identify exogenous materials and factors that will help you to achieve it. That's the little you bring into the context. The next slide is because I've already seen what on the feed. No. A few years ago, we spoke about this heritage park that DIPRA and DAPRI were thinking about where we could use so strongly that will keep on driving the idea of interfacing between the policy, research, and practice. And as I speak to you now, I think we are really advancing. The architectural work is almost set, and very soon work commence. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zero, asking of our products. The next thing, so sorry, sir. Dr. James Tobe, is it part of it's not. So the rest of our agenda is to break into technical sessions. But before that one, we want to see whether we can get 2 or 3 online presenters so that they will present their own before we break into our session. We have 3 main venues. This place is the venue. The second venue is Adewale boardroom as you are coming in. And the third venue is Professor Adigun Agbaje under here. Adigun Agbaje is here. Adewale is here. And this is the fourth venue. And this is how we're going to do it. Papers 31 to 40. That's session 4. You will be here. Are you 31 to 40? Let me see your answer before we read. How many? 31 to 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we are going to be here. Then session 5. Papers 41 to 50. 41 to 50. Are you here? 1, 2. What HOD? 3. We are going to join them. Then session 6. Papers 51 to 61. 51 to 61 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That section 5, you are just 2 there. I don't know whether we can split into. Hello? You can join section 4. You understand now? Those in 41 to 50, you can join section 4. And that section 4 will be here. Then section 6, the verse 51 to 61, you can be in Adewale. Is that clear, sir? So let's post the online speakers first, the ones that will present online, and thereafter we'll sit down. Thank you. Okay, you are able to do that. Okay. Just make it clear, sir.
Why are people just rendered information here? What is your body language? What are you doing to bring on board? And it's very critical thing to body to ensure that all relevant people or things are brought on board for conclusion, especially with the aim of desired local content.
Thank you very much. I got here when he said, oh,
Relevant.
yes, I agree with everyone because nobody will say you don't need to be better. But addressing the question, we are still involved. What we have been trying to do is we have a pool of experts across some disciplines, not all, that are quite wide. Again, we try to as much as possible to identify who is with us. We don't want to go by that. Well, ask them, goes by that. Just have to pass through technical development of that situation. But they are just one of our corporate fellows. But in different, we want somebody who has the vision, who has the passion, who would have seen it. We welcome referrals as well. But we find out that just bringing the book on because you study because it's not easy. It will just become cumbersome. Before you know it, somebody will say, "Is this thing that led us the last 1 year?" But the geography next, it's actually the result that we want. So as many that are passionate and interested, we always welcome them as associates, as fellows, as partners. Even corporate organizations will be Mastima, what I presented, we partner with Mastima as well, because we are driving their young entrepreneurship platform. And then in a few universities now, we started driving their entrepreneurship because we accommodate their interns. People from SESDEM take interns to expose them because we find out that most of the institutions are not even work up to the university and go and place interns in UN, in whatever. So while we are talking about sustainable development in this first quarter, people are in the country. They are doing challenges and the institutions are not put there on the practice platform. So we felt that we can take that burden upon us, where a mechanical engineer, so to say, trained from US, when he sees 14 knots, cannot recognize the spanner that will make. And one boy at the roadside can just say his name 13, 14. Then it will catch. He will even tell you it's ring that you need to be not flat and it's correct. So we felt that kind of an exposure is so that we welcome as much as have that passion, but we don't just want to bring the crowd on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I don't know before technical group. Are there people already online? That's all there.
Please raise your hand if you are presenting.
Please raise your hand if you are presenting online. Raise your hand if you are presenting online and you are ready. Raise your hand. Let's break into our section. I was informed that they are waiting for students that they've been told they should come online to study. So, section 4. I don't know whether they ask some comments quickly as people are to. Well, 7 minutes per presentation. 7 minutes per presentation. Yes, we are going to put down all our questions and to be attended to. Each participant presenter should know all the questions. So at the end of the presentation, we are going to attend to them.
On the challenges in Nigeria. Wait, Mr. Adeni, Sandy, the outline, the introduction, that is the background. Technical education or technical and vocational education. What is it? Technical education or vocational education is aimed at imparting skill, knowledge into the entrant, or that is the trainee, to ensure that he or she is able to use his hand or her hand with intellectual capability or acquired knowledge or training in solving immediate and remote needs of the society. What do I mean? Education, as we all know, the policy on education from time to time is subjected to review to ensure that policy of education actually imparts the relevant knowledge that can equally be adopted by the people to ensure that they are surviving in the locality they find themselves. If you acquire any training or knowledge that is not domesticated, that is locally involved, that can enable you adapt suitably to ensure that you are progressing from where you are to another culture, then such an education cannot be said to be relevant to the needs of the people at a given point in time. And this has led to review of education policy from time to time, from C54 to C334 education policy, as the case may be. And what we are saying is that technical education is a type of education that will actually impart into you the ability or capability and training to ensure that you are able to make use of your hand instead of relying on other sources of education that is theoretical. We want to make a paradigm, a switch from theoretical level to practical level. And I'm happy when I had some people, some presenter, even the doctor, the dean, the professor, and the doctor, who has actually engineered us or encouraged us to see that all education that will be acquired, all knowledge that will be acquired should be domesticated, that is to have local content something, so that we can actually evolve or develop or improve upon the present one that we are actually using. So, curriculum from the, I want to use the outline as a summary. So I will use statement of the problem. Statement of the problem has actually been explained. That is, we are having the problem with theoretical experience we are in. And presently, we want to make use of our hand, our brain, to actually get what we want from what we have presently. And that one led to the objective of this work is to ensure that what are the advantages? What do we stand to gain if we develop or if we actually improve upon the technical acquisition, vocational acquisition, instead of theoretical training that we are actually bagging from the university? Are we profiting from them, or are we sort of the profit that we have to actually gain from them? If otherwise, that is the reason why the lacuna was discovered, and the educationists, they said that no, our policy on education should be restructured in the manner and way
that our people, the upcoming generation, will be able to make use of their hands and their brain to share their living instead of relying on white-collar jobs. The third question are those actually concept now. That is, we are querying that what are the steps by the government to ensure that the gap, the fight gap, the observed gap between the theoretical class and the unexposed people, we have a gap, and that very gap will be filled if we train our people, our youth, in how to use their hands instead of roaming this. They will actually get trained. The level of unemployment will be reduced drastically. And the scope of the limitation of this, we are actually research to technical colleges in Osun State, because we cannot cover Nigeria as a body. We have to start from somewhere. We have to concentrate more and see and what are the right challenges as my professor has actually defined.
And the admin mute those who are distracting this meeting, for God's sake. Admin mute those who are distracting this meeting.
Our own content from foreign media can help here.
So what should that be?
In this very area, and we are actually trying.
I'm fine, sir.
Please kindly mute your mic, please. Kindly mute your mic, please, sir.
We will define
So what I did
in another section, differences will be able to be brought on board. Your idea will be brought, professor idea will be brought, and we'll be able to harness the advantage of all those various disciplines in moving our idea forward. That is the functionality and the theory of stewardship. Because you are responding in the professor's office now, they have their messenger, they have their clerk, they have their middle people, and before a messenger cannot just run to the prof unless it passes through the right channel that is laid down, so that that very hierarchical arrangement or structured system can actually be followed. Conclusively, our recommendation from here, we have some challenges. Technical colleges and vocational training centers are having such challenges. What are those challenges that we can actually prefer solutions to? Funding challenges, facility challenges.
Tó ti yé yín. Ẹni kọlu wọ́n kọlu sẹ́sì nígbà kan náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ìwájú lọ́rùn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ẹ wá wò. Onoara, tọ́dọ́gbọ́n sí yẹn, ẹ̀ tẹ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọkọlù bẹ́ẹ̀. Eléyìí náà ní àlejò àwọn ló pọ̀ yìí. Ní pé kán rẹ̀. Tó kọlu yẹn, púpọ̀ sọ ní gbogbo owó. Wọ́n sàn ní kìí ṣe fowó. But I was abroad, yóò sì lé ń gbà yín.
Jaka, ṣé ẹ ti sọ̀rọ̀?
Nǹkan tó fẹ́ tó sọ ní meeting ni pé kí n put ẹ̀ back.
Anybody sọ̀rọ̀? Ẹ kàn pé o.
Ṣẹ́gbọ́, ó ní kí n put ẹ̀ back sí bó ṣe wà. Àwọn
what you see, you now thought maybe you are lagging behind. No, you are not up to their standard. Whereas the standard you more than them. So social isolation, it reduces face-to-face interaction. Like the husband and wife will be at home, the wife will be in one corner facing her own home. The husband will take another side of the room, and all that leading to face-to-face, reduce face-to-face interaction. The cyberbullying, like I've said, you post a thing, people start making negative comments instead of, you don't really get what you expect at times. The reply and response of people may actually discourage you. So we have 3 objectives here for this study. So we want to investigate the effect of digital technology on mental well-being, identify the risks and the benefits, and to provide recommendations and the strategies to strive for balance between the effects, causes, and the advantages. And the 3 hypotheses were also derived in relation to the 3 objectives stated. The literature review for this study, according to World Health Organization 2021, it showed that the COVID-19 effect has actually made people to make use of digital health tools, such as mental health apps, which provide access to mental health services. Also, according to Rosen et al. 2023, the social support network, that is online communities, offers support and they reduce feelings of isolation. Also, Smith et al. 2023, telehealth services, it has helped people, especially with people suffering from anxiety and depression. So the telehealth services are actually being of help. And also the negative impact it has, according to Cross et al., shows that excessive screen time has been linked to increased anxiety and depression. And according to Pew Research Center 2023, the cyberbullying and all that. So you see that it has advantages, also has many disadvantages. It's a theoretical framework. We have many theories now that actually speak on what advantages it has and the disadvantages. And so also the conceptual framework that shows the screen time, the online interaction, work-life balance, the effect of all this, the mediating factor, the effect it has on the mental well-being. The methodology for this research is a quantitative analysis. We use online survey, and the sampling method is purposive sampling, and we actually pick the mental health workers, remote workers, and some social media users that they fill the questionnaire that we actually analyze to know the result and our findings for this research. So the key findings now shows that there is significant correlation between social media engagement and anxiety and depression. And also there is strong positive correlation between the screen time and anxiety. So the findings show that high social media use correlates with anxiety and depression. And positive impact include improved access to mental health resources. So there's need for balanced digital use to manage risk. So in summary, the digital technology offers both benefits and challenges of mental health. So we mentioned the positive and the negative aspects. So the recommendations now, we've recommended educational program right from the early age, so that the children, while growing up, even have the idea of what the digital technology is, what are the benefits, and what are the risks that are associated with it. Also, the mental health support to provide resources for those affected by the digital overload, and the public awareness campaigns to educate about digital risks and balance. And we know that health is the first to wealth. So while using the digital technology as knows the benefit, you should also be aware of the risk that is associated with it. And we strive for balance so that we can ensure optimal mental health. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And you've been able to talk about digital technology and mental well-being.
We all agree with me. It's the fact that a lot of young people are often influenced by the content that they expose online. And there has been a lot of discussion as to when it is ideal for children to have exposure to technology, gadgets that will give them that avenue to
to access the internet. And we often also see a lot of people exhibiting things that are fake reality. So to be able to decipher between this and often you receive this often affect emotional well-being, psychological. So we'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience or comments to what she has presented.
My own is just, and I got into question. I want to know the specific contribution of this work to knowledge. You said we use it, we may not use it. That's adaptable. What is the striking thing? What is it that this work is contributing?
Like I said that.
Maybe take the second question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to contribute. I want to add that I want to talk about the issue of children and social media. To me, I think we just have to see an issue of conflict. I do think at this stage, anything parents and others just look for a way of managing it. I don't think so. That's my opinion. Just look for a way of managing it. I don't think because as it's going on a daily basis, and new things are coming to meet the old one. Thank you.
Like I said that, thank you very much, sir, for your question. Like I said that, I have 2 variables in this topic. We have the digital technology, the effect it has on the mental well-being. My DP is actually the mental well-being. So what effect does digital technology has on it? As we believe that everything that has advantages definitely have disadvantages. So we are looking into what are advantages it has on the mental well-being, which is some of I've explained now, like this teletherapy now, people that have anxiety disorder, they can make use of it, and it can alleviate them of their anxiety and depression. So it depends on how you want to use this issue of the digital technology. You can use it to advantage, and you can use it to disadvantage. Because some schools now, they are now on electronic method of teaching. Not everybody is using the chalk or whatever again. And having been exposed of the children to what the digital world is, but they have to strive for balance so that they can increase the benefit. We look at the benefit. The benefit on the mental well-being, which are numerous. So many literature review has actually shown the benefit it has on the mental well-being. It's reducing, like if you and your husband are fighting now, and pick your phone and search for music online. There may not be them back, but at least you have battery on your phone. You can start watching movie. No, just have your data. Don't start watching movie. At least you cool down your temper for a while. Imagine those days when that technology was not being used. So people die of cardiac arrest due to unnecessary stress, anxiety, and all that, which now greatly reduced because there is an avenue for you. You can go online, you can send if you want to smile, you can chat with a friend you seen 10 years ago, just want to cool down your tension. But all these things also has negative effect on the mental well-being, like the cyberbullying. Now you post something, you expect people to respond positively and say, well done. Sometimes, why is your head like that? Why is your neck like that? Look at it. Am I not looking nice? Am I not looking fine? So with that, you get depressed in some way. So there are 2 sides to where the technology affects the mental well-being. So what we are doing is to just maximize the benefit and we reduce the risk. Having known that there's nothing with advantage about disadvantage. Thank you very much.
I have a small comment about your work. I don't know, do you have any provision or recommendation when it comes to child addiction and adult addiction to technology? Because this is one thing that we also see of us in society. We see people are not productive. They spend so much time with gadgets, Facebook, and whatever, without doing things that are meaningful. So I don't know if there's any provision in your work that is considering this
The first recommendation, sir, is on educational programs. So we catch them young. That's what we advise the school teachers. Right from the school time, because the training of a child has three aspects: the family, the school, the religious body. So from the school aspect now, because of the modern teaching now, the modern classroom teaching actually differs from all the days of our mothers. Things are changing now, and we are moving, and we not really move back, like mommy has said. Continue to move forward. So what we recommend here now is educational program, right from the time, at least every school now, at least most schools now, they offer a computer studies, even right from primary school. So people pay for it. I like the kind of primary almost pay for it. So from primary school now, to start letting them know what it takes. Life, two basic, positive side, negative side. These two also has this positive side, this negative side. So we now look at how we can maximize the benefit. So there are many benefits to this compared to the negative aspect. So the teachers and the other institutions will have.
Thank you very much for your response to that. But I hope you probably do additional inquiry on how to combat addiction to technology. Talked about that, but I hope more research in that area. Let's have the next presenter. Let's have the next slide for the next presenter. Let's have the next
I'm sorry, I can't see that now.
All right, we'll be having the next presenter. Please, the slide. We'll be having Said Ola-Olowoyo and Charles Chukwuzo for the presentation. Please, technical.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, sir, standing. My name is Charles Chukwuzo. I'm doing presentation on municipal solid waste structure. And I'm also doing it together with from the Department of Sustainability. Dr. Said Jolo. Next slide. Okay, the outlines are introduction, commercial waste, challenges, study area, and result and discussion. Waste is our wanted item. A byproduct, depending on who is using it. But I don't look at it that way. I describe waste as a resource that maybe the end user does not know the importance. It depends on who is having the waste. Because we have so many wastes that are important and they are resources. But most of us, what we do was to collect this waste and throw it away, not knowing they are resources. So I don't term waste as a waste. It's scattered items. I personally term waste as a resource. Just like okay, so yeah, we see them in our surroundings, garbage from house to house. So next, the sources of waste are household, commerce, and industry. These are the sources of waste. The types of waste we have biodegradable waste and non-biodegradable waste, depending on where it's produced. Now the challenge, the commercial waste. Next slide. In commercial waste,
can be defined as any waste that have been got from the factory, from the shopping mall, where commercial activities have been done in the past, different types of waste. So, but some of this waste, I found out that some of these wastes are not properly managed. They are disposed. And in the course of my study, I found out that most of the waste generated in these commercial areas, the authorities in Abuja, for example, which is the study area, the authorities are just interested in taking this waste. They don't put more reference on the result that comes from it. They are just interested in just coming to pack the waste, pay them fee, and end it. So, but in this research, we are trying to see strategies so that some of this waste will be reduced. Instead of taking them to the dump site, some of this waste will be utilized. Next slide. So these are by 2025, the World Bank project said that 2.2 billion tons of waste or solid waste will be produced. And how are they produced? They are produced by innovative recycling and composting, understanding the regulations. Some of the regulations, like the Abuja Environmental Protection Regulation of 1997, is long overdue, but the regulation has not been updated. But the updated one, they only talk about sound. They didn't talk about waste. They updated in 2021, but they only remain on the issue of just the noise pollution. So the update is still updated. And that is why you see some of the rising operational costs. All they do is to allocate shopping malls. They go to shopping malls and get those waste and just go with it. They don't do anything with the waste. They don't bother what comes out of the waste. And that's why you see scavengers going around the shopping malls to pick this waste. Next slide. So the study area is, this is a map of our project. This is the study area. Next slide. Then in methodology, I employ a mixed method approach. And out of 209 shopping malls, I make use of 67 of shopping malls that have a population of 30 staffs. Then we use the social economic development specific access outlet, operational distribution, quantity and top of weight oriented, waste generation strategy. Then the secondary data, the record of volume of goods brought to the mall. The instrument of data collection is questionnaire needed analysis. The analysis was done using the spreadsheet imperial statistical model, which presented by charts. Then these are the results we got from the geographical spread of the mall, the numbers of the mall from the people saying Metaba and the rest, the numbers of stores, their frequency and their percentage. Yes. So this is partial distribution of shopping malls in Abuja city center, which is the main focus of the study. Yes. Then this is the local spread of the mall. Then the typical shopping mall with the next. The type of waste generated. I found out in this research that we have more plastic waste than the other waste. So plastic waste is more than followed by papers. Then we have discovered that no recyclable program plan is done on the shopping mall. The shopping mall owner does not even do anything about recycling. Neither the customers that come to buy goods, they're not even aware. Okay. Then the waste agent collection is submitted. They give contract to contractors to come and pick waste. Next slide. Let's go to the conclusion. Then the conclusion is that the waste collected is full and majority of waste collected is plastic. Majority of the bin are without cover. Then the only few are separated as source, and none of them respond to sell the waste. The awareness is minimized. So based on that, I recommended that National Research Agency should do a sensitization awareness on cradle to grave. That is why I call cradle and grave from the beginning to the end. They should do a sensitization project. The shopping mall should partner with waste recycle company like West Africa, recycle points, to set up a facility, customer incentive program, waste to cash series. And environmental protection board should educate shopping for on waste segregation and source and waste for the defined area of improvement. Abuja law regulations should update accommodate use of it. I did an innovation on waste, smart bin. They discouraged me. They said that their law was not already smart bin. So they nearly killed my 3 words. Then the mobile app, they also said their law does not accommodate mobile app. So this research will be good for proper waste management and for future research work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. You would all agree with me that issues concerning waste management is an important area that we need to pay attention to in our country, where we are thinking of sustainable development. So we'd like to take some questions, comments as we get this presentation. Anybody with comments?
Other. Where my own friends, maybe the owners of the home, not actually know the importance of the benefits and waste, but people that are involved, the packaging of those material, find out that they are now getting to know the importance because find out that we stop these things, taking those things that we think we can sell from the waste collected and they are making use of it. Well, I just think that all these waste materials, if we must involve as a business, we should study how we can convert them. Things that like and we have places that all this waste advanced surface, they are actually recycled. But here we go to and we have there was one professor at College of Medicine and he worked in India and he worked on this recycle projects, but I don't think that he was able to see the light of it. So we have ideas, but I think it is time for us to go practical. It's those things that we are discussing. Maybe we should push it to get to the people that make policies, or even at our own end, we should start try something. Because when we talk of Africa, Africa is a collection of countries. Country is a collection of states. States collection of local governments. Local governments collection of words. Words collection of household. And then, so if we're able to start something, the kind of a revolution that happened in China, because I was told that like every family in China is involved in one production activity or the other. And that is what makes China what it is today. So if, as we are making this discovery, don't let us just end it on paperwork. Let us see how we can practicalize what we are. And I believe that someday somewhere we will see somebody who will be able to embrace what we are doing and make it expand. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let's have the next presenter. The next slide for the next slides. If you are here to present, how many people are ready to present? Ready? We have four. That's four presenters.
Good afternoon, distinguished speakers. I'm here to present study evaluating the impact of sustainable landscape planning for students' well-being. A case study of the University of Ibadan. And I am Ola-Olowoyo. Those are my co-authors, Department of Architecture, University of Ibadan. Next slide. So this study investigates the impact or the importance of sustainable landscape planning on the well-being and academic performance of students at the University of Ibadan. First of all, I want to define what landscape is. Landscape is a part of the surface of a land area at surface that can be viewed at one time. It's also, and there are two types, the natural and man-made parts. So for the natural, it involves the flora, the physical features that we see around, mountains, valleys, trees, plants, and so on. And for the man-made, we have a garden or a park, a selected or designated area that you introduce these landscape features. You can also introduce plants in areas where originally there were bushes. Just clear and then introduce flowers. Also, you could have structures like sit-outs that people can, sit around. And so we call those landscape elements. Now, the initial impression is formed when anybody gets to an environment. And this impression is formed by the landscape of that environment. A user can perceive, or a visitor can perceive a landscape as well pleasing to the sight. And if that is the experience, the person will tend to come back to that area. Or if it perceives it as not pleasant, well, it might as well not go back. So we say that landscape, it's a welcoming, the welcoming entities of future in an environment. So, because it encompasses visible features of an area, the landforms, the terrain, and what have you, according to Ponderable et al. 2020. They examine the landscape and enhance students' well-being by providing more relaxation and recreation areas. Like I said, the sit-outs. Some are covered, being covered. When it says outside the exterior, you put sunlight not within a confined space. So such spaces, students like to build the environment, the green areas, they can also reduce stress. They can also relax after reading. Now, understanding sustainable landscapes helps identify areas for improvement and informs efforts to enhance the university overall landscape. Now, sustainable landscape planning aids in adapting to climate change impacts, supporting the campus long-term sustainability, promoting sustainable practices, enhances biodiversity, conserves resources, and reduces the university ecological footprint. Also, sustainable landscape planning reduces resource consumption, leading to cost savings and efficient use of limited resources. A campus landscape therefore holds substantial weight in students' decision-making processes when selecting an institution for admission, embodying both cultural and aesthetic values. So the landscape is a front door and welcome page of
emission and minimize environmental pollution while adding circular bioeconomy to rural understanding. In conclusion, this study clearly indicates that oil palm oil waste products investigated are rich sources of biomaterials This set contributes to SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 5, and SDG 13. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, wonderful presentation. While we were presenting, myself and my colleague here, there's this name, you know, yes, yes, from the panel, you know, it's the kernel, yes, that's what she called EFB. EFB. I want to believe that's the EFB. No, I know the local name of it. Yes. Okay.
From where you remove the palm.
From where you remove the palm.
Sorry, I think this is what you were talking about.
Yes.
No, still go to the first slide. The second one, okay, no.
Press
The next
F5.
one, the next
Press
one.
F5.
Can we go to the next one? EFP something like this. After you have removed the whatever, but it's highly vibrant and contains high levels of things.
My question is this: beyond you are putting also for the science, I can look at the background and I know that it's people that speak this every day. What's their social experiences like? You know, I'm thinking as a social scientist that beyond the science, their everyday engagement doing this. Can you take this a step further, get their social experiences, document it?
What they do with the waste?
What they do with the waste and all the process of what they engage in.
Thank you. Any other comments? Now, you see, this is a research, and there's a scope for it. This is she's a scientist, and she has done everything within the confine of her discipline. So the social scientists can also go ahead.
I'm thinking of collaboration.
I'm proud to be after. You see now, you can see that she tries to establish a gap because I picked something when she was presenting that initially they did identify all the waste. The last time you came, was that not what you said? Yeah. But now you now go further to get the source what generation. That is a gap. You understand what I'm saying? So that's exactly what I said the other time. To do that, so that we know that nobody has done that in the past, and they are now trying to move on. Thank you. I don't think let's look for God to also contribute speakers and
Yeah. Quite interesting. Honestly, the first question I wanted to ask is that how many because I saw it as a common quite a number of issues. But like he mentioned, equally want to advise that an element of the social context and perhaps an element of economic lens be added to appropriately situate this kind of a study beyond science. Because the core science road is passing in the past from generation to generation, just for scientists, just come up with their line, whatever the cellulose, the what, you just extract your own. The question is that what is the benefit of the community from this your whatever that you are looking at? What is the leg that can inform the sociological advancement as they interrelate? Because you said there are so many of them. So what they will be interested in is not this scientific whatever. They will only be interested in, so what do I need to do better in relation to our neighbor there? Or what shouldn't I do again in relation to our neighbor? That might be the feedback that you can give to them. Because I don't think they will be patient to begin to become cooks. All they are interested in is the palm oil. So, if you are able to make those ones components of it, that's a way it makes your work, your study to be richer, especially for peer review, traditionally outlook, rather than those who are doing it discipline. So other people who have social scientists who have something, economists who have something to say, and you will see that something that all of us should associate with.
Social scientists. Where my brain is going to is like evaluating the value of the waste. But I know my people there are not interested in the waste. They're only interested in the red gold, which is the palm oil. But we are into climate mitigation. We are trying to see how do we reduce greenhouse gas emission and stop these people from incinerating the waste. They either burn it or sell them at very cheap rates to some persons that come around. And when they are done using the space and they are no longer able to manage it, they just go to another arable land. That's what they are doing. So they lack their spice management. Why places like Malaysia and Indonesia do like 98% recycling of this space? Like the cellulose, we're thinking of cellulose now because we're talking about plastic environmental in the environment. And plastic is cellulose is one of the bio components that can be used for bioplastic production. Yes, production. So, and it contains high level of cellulose. I know that maybe by the time next time we set it, we might get to 20% yield or 40% yield. And cellulose is not, aside from using it for using it as bioplastic, it's also used for paper production. And these waste are very rich in cellulose, very rich in greens and all that. I was very impressed at the purity of the cellulose that we got. From the side. So that's the focus. The focus is to reduce greenhouse gas, to ensure that the research is a climate mitigation research, and to see how we can empower people and discourage them from using inorganic fertilizers. If we are able to pelletize these biofertilizers that we're producing, that will have less effect on the environment.
Yes, just for the line of I just want to say it's my first time and I'm shocked that these things are issues. Where I'm from, my community, they make phone calls and they sell it far and wide. And it's a huge source of revenue for people.
Carbon emission.
They have different strains. Like what they use for that one is the mescal fiber. After squeezing the oil.
So they add this one.
Okay, they add this.
It makes fire burn more, especially during the rainy season.
Okay.
And that's what she said, they have several streams. Now one is
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So, like I said, my institution, I chose also environment. That is OAU. That is where I did my first and second degree in architecture. So for someone that wants to study architecture, approaching that university was so welcoming, so warm and embracing that I made sure I did everything to get into the university. And these are the things we are trying to say. And looking at the trend in the University of Ibadan, trees being off, clearing of land, putting buildings. That was even my major recommendation, that we should not fall into the temptation of killing this the landscape of it, and that's a natural landscape. Another scenario, just to buttress what Madam just said. Okay, we are currently as everybody Department of Architecture. I was like, instead of falling more trees, clearing more land areas, they should come and develop everybody. So, but we have been saying these things. I've spoken with the management so many times. Our students, we are even afraid. We don't stay long in Ajibode. By 4 p.m., everybody is afraid to stay longer. There's no security, not so scanty. So scanty, the buildings there are scanty. If they could come develop that area, they have that land, like Texas. We have the expanse of land. So instead of chopping up that area, and I mentioned something that the population, that is the staff, students, and what have you, both undergraduate and postgraduate, they are increasing. And because of that increase, we need more oxygen around, we need more air, clean air around. So we just need to encourage the management to stop the falling of trees, so that as the population increases, we won't be falling sick. There will be different mental issues, stress, and what have you. So, and for my colleague that mentioned the plants, we didn't study plants. We are architects. As is just to ensure that we maintain the landscape. Now we have been advocating for something at the Department of Architecture. That's agriculture. We have said it here. Different speakers have mentioned that is our best bet for Nigeria economy. But why is everybody running away from it? At the university level, you actually go into agriculture. You can have plants that, not necessarily trees. If you are looking at the length of time to take a tree to mature and then harvest, that plant corn, you can have areas instead of all these bushy areas around, posing security threats and what have you. We can actually be intentional about our environment, plant things that can actually generate money. Plant maize, cassava. All we want is that we should not turn all our land into concrete, paving stones everywhere. Let's leave some areas so that we can plant crop trees, food plants, things we can just eat. Behind our faculty there, we plant vegetables. Come there to harvest vegetables, harvest corn. So these are things we are trying to propose. Not to waste out. Look at Nigeria. When you are traveling, you see forest here and there, uncultivated. You can have trees and then you can also cultivate part of it. In you can make agricultural students. You can become the biggest maize supplier in Nigeria or Africa. The land is there. So I hope you get to the right structure. Thank you very much.
It's a round of applause for us. We'll take time now to switch to online mode so that we can have 1 or 2 presenters online. They are ready. So, if you're ready to present online, raise your hand. Try to indicate that you're ready. Okay, I'm informed now that Maiwa is ready for it's Ahmed Tijani. Okay, we're having Ahmed Tijani for his presentation.
Hello, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, good day.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yes, kindly enable a full screen while you run your presentation for the next 7 minutes.
Okay. You can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen, but please enable a full screen. Yeah.
Okay, let me
That's
share screen. Screen. What of right now? Can you see the whole screen? Can you see my screen?
just click the presentation mode. That's the bottom right corner of your screen.
Behind the volume.
Behind the
beside the volume.
Yeah, just keep going down.
Beside volume.
No,
okay.
There is an icon. There's a cup icon. That's magnifier. Okay, yeah. Just keep going to your left. Keep going. No, not that. Keep going to your left. Keep going to your left. Keep going. Yeah. Slideshow. No, click that slideshow. Click the slide. No. The one. Exactly. Click that.
Okay.
All right. Good. So please, you have your presentation. That's 2:48. You are going to end your presentation.
Okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmad Tijani.
7 minutes, please.
Okay. And I'm presenting on the assessing the viability of Nigeria's energy transition, which is I'm going to analyze the challenges, policy initiatives, and future prospects. And then this is introduction. So energy transition from fossil fuels to renewable source is the new global norm. Is a new global norm in the sense that almost all the countries of the world are trying to make a transition from a fossil fuel source of energy to a renewable based source of energy, which is more, which is a kind of more sustainable and a more cleaner, and sustainable development goal. Having an affordable and a clean energy is part of the SDG, and it's also SDG 7, which we all know about. Then Nigeria's commitment to this transition to a renewable source of energy was influenced by COP26, which is United Nations Climate Change Conference, which happened in Glasgow, in the United Kingdom, in the year 2021. And the goals of this COP26 is the reduction of greenhouse gases emission and achieving carbon neutrality. And Nigerians have a kind of a commitment to reduce these greenhouse gases and to have a carbon neutrality by 2060. Even though other countries of the world have their own varying target, such as India, I think their own is by 2070, while Nigeria's own is by 2060. And the European Union in general, their own is by 2050. Yeah. So the research objectives are to evaluate Nigeria's energy policies, identify challenges and opportunities, analyze Nigeria's energy transition. These are the objectives of the research. And the methodology is a qualitative research which uses policy analysis. Mostly is the use of secondary sources of data, which is the data is being analyzed objectively and for a systematic examination. Then overview of energy in Nigeria. Nigeria is a major energy producer in Africa, and key resources that Nigeria produce are coal, petroleum reserves, and natural gas, which is liquefied natural gas, and also there is hydroelectricity, solar energy, and the wind. Nigeria have this resource in its own beneath its own soil. So it used to extract it and export it to other countries of the world in order to have resources, in order to have money. Then in the issue of energy supply, Nigeria have a crisis. So only 45% of the population are connected to the power grid. So which means that Nigeria have a frequent power outages. So those who have the means to provide power for themselves through other means, such as through solar power or through the use of gasoline power generator, they provide it for themselves so that they will have electricity 24/7. Whereas if you're not that wealthy, you can't be able to have 24/7 electricity. So while the ones that lack the means to provide energy for themselves, they provide it through particularly biomass, which is the use of a product of trees such as coal, such as trees and things like that. Then in terms of crude oil, Nigeria is one of the top exporter of oil to other countries and an importer of refined petroleum products. So findings of the research. You see, all in all, access to energy is an important pillar for the well-being of the people in a particular country, as well as for the economic development and the poverty alleviation of a particular country. There is no any country that right now that is called developed without having energy, without without having 100% energy, provision of energy for its population. No country can be developed without that. So, and Nigeria unfortunately lack that energy, particularly energy supply. So this lead to low industrialization in the states. So, and also Nigeria lack the funds to finance this project of energy transition. That is the transition from the fossil fuel based source of energy to a sustainable based energy. So there is a huge energy production and supply gap in Nigeria in both urban and rural area. This is in the issue of energy supply. So in the rural area, the issue of energy supply is more severe, which according to some data, it said that over 70% of rural dwellers rely on fuel wood, which is biomass. And the consequences of this are things like deforestation, desertification, erosion, and whatnot. Then the policy initiatives. The policy initiatives that Nigeria embarked in order to have a transition. The first one is the Climate Change Act. This is an act that was passed in the Nigeria's legislature, which established Nigeria's National Council on Climate Change. And the second one is the nationally determined contribution, updated plans for emissions reduction. This is a kind of an attempt that was made by different states of the world in order to reduce carbon emission. So the nationally determined contribution, Nigerian senators and House of Representatives have updated the plan, updated the terms and conditions of the issue. So the third one is the National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Policy, which is an NREEP in the year 2015. And the last one is the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan. This was done during the presidency of the former president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, this Nigeria Energy Transition Plan. And challenges in energy transition. One of the challenges of this energy transition is inadequate funding, which according to some data, Nigeria needs around $1.9 trillion in order to achieve net zero by 2060. And this is a huge amount of money that Nigeria don't have in its own coffers. And the second one is the technological know-how deficits, which Nigeria depends on imports. Nigeria don't have the technological know-how to create the machines. Huh?
You have 1 minute.
Okay. Nigeria don't have the technological know-how and the technological show-how to be able to create the necessary equipment needed in this transition, which makes Nigeria to depend on imports. And the issue of imports, you have to have money in order to do such thing. And the third one is the policy discontinuity. Policy discontinuity, which is a risk of abandonment by future governments. That is, for instance, if a former president starts something, whenever the next one comes, he will not continue with the project. He will abandon it, which is also a challenge in the issue of energy transition. And there is also the issue of rapid population growth. Nigeria's population is growing higher and higher, so which is also a challenge in the issue of energy transition. And the last thing is the future prospect, which double as the conclusion of the presentations. Nigeria have abundance of liquefied natural gas and solar energy potential. This is a kind of an advantage that Nigeria have, and Nigeria can look into it in order to be able to do something in the issue of this issue of transition. Then there is also decreasing cost of renewable energy tools. Another thing is that since the issue of transition, it's becoming a kind of global norm. Almost all the countries of the world are trying to shift from fossil fuel-based source of energy to a renewable source of energy. So there is this kind of attempt by the countries that develop the transition materials, such as solar equipment, wind energy equipment, and things like that, to reduce their cost, so that other countries can be able to have access to those materials. So Nigeria can also look to this reduction in the prices of this in order to take advantage of it, to purchase the necessary equipment needed in the transition. Then there is also a leverage of resources for technological advancement. As I mentioned earlier, that Nigeria have crude oil, have things like that, have so many resources, liquid and solid mineral resources. It can make use of that. It can leverage that in order to have a kind of technological advancement in its own domain. And there is also assessing international loans and grants. Yeah, Nigeria can access loans and grants from international donors and from international organizations in order to, to be able to make a transition from fossil fuel-based economy to a sustainable source of energy. Then there is also encouraging private investment in renewable energy. Nigeria can encourage private investors to invest in the issue of renewable energy. So I think this is all I have for the. So if anybody have a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tijani, for your. We all agree that one of the challenges that we have in terms of sustainable development is our dependence. And we discovered that we have so far for both have huge and what have you. And in about mortality, getting something done on CNGs as a way of firing our vehicles as a solution to some of the problems. But we discovered that some of the problems that we have is the manpower to be able to skill. Like it said yesterday, that infrastructural development, we have that capacity. Yes, the latest, some of these things, changing some of the vehicles. We're still depending on experts from other places as against developing the skill here to be able to solve some of these problems. So we'll take this moment to take one or two questions from the audience. Any questions? You have a question? Online participants, if you have questions, please indicate so that we can take your questions. You don't have any question from the audience. All right, there's no Nobody with a question online. So we'll go to the next presenter. That's Mayowa. Let's have the slide. We have Mayowa presenting.
Mayowa, okay.
Mayowa, what? Okay. Okay. We have Mayowa.
You too. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Go on with your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mayowa Oke. I'll be presenting on a systematic review on the plastic waste management techniques in Nigeria. So plastic waste has made a significant contribution in almost every field of human activities, ranging from agriculture, medical, transportation, packaging, and so on. Also, plastic is a wonderful material that has driven the economic growth. And despite this, the irresponsible and unethical disposal of plastic waste in any habitats and the influence of its management on sustainability of human life has received increased attention globally and to date. So in Nigeria, the pervasive presence of plastic waste, particularly in urban areas and waterways, highlights the urgent need for comprehensive solution. Also, it has been stated that 12% of plastic in Nigeria is managed. And with the population of over 200 million people in Nigeria, Nigeria contributes about 830,000 metric tons of mismanaged plastic waste in the year 2010. So we can actually imagine the amount of plastic waste that is contributed globally till date. So problem statement. Plastic waste management in Nigeria faces significant challenges, including inefficient plastic waste collection system, inadequate recycling infrastructure, widespread littering, and environmental degradation and health risk. These issues demand enhanced public awareness, effective policy implementation to minimize environmental harm, innovative and sustainable plastic waste management techniques to promote eco-friendly practices and mitigate environmental impact for Nigerians. So this research focuses on plastic waste management in Nigeria. So the methodology used is the study conducted a systematic review of plastic waste management in Nigeria using the preferred items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis framework. That's the PRISMA framework. And the procedure is that search for articles using Google Scholar. 100 articles were searched, and it was streamed and filtered until we were able to get 15 articles that we use for this study. So findings from the study I came about with this flowchart to really explain how the whole plastic waste management techniques work in Nigeria. So when plastic waste is generated from source, which could be the household, commercial institutions, streets, schools, anywhere, some states in Nigeria collect the plastic waste from any of these sources, or probably scavengers go there to collect it from their waste bin. So if any municipal waste worker or probably private private waste collectors collect the waste from either of the household, they either take it to the dump sites. If they dispose it to the dump sites, the scavengers also go there to pick plastic waste, that is any valuable material, mostly plastic waste that is needed. Or the municipal plastic waste worker sorts the waste being collected. That's like since in Nigeria, we rarely separate our waste. So the waste being collected is being sorted. So the plastic waste that is being collected from the waste collected is taken straight to the plastic collectors. And if it's through the scavengers will also pick either from the direct source or from the dump site, and they take it to the plastic waste collectors. So plastic waste collectors can then sort the waste based on their types, either PET, PVC, LDPH, and all that. They tend to separate it. Then they wash the waste. They after washing, they what's it called? After washing, they grind the plastic waste into pellets. So is that pellets they sell to recyclers, and it's from there recyclers would actually make use of the plastic pellets into whatever they want. So for example, here in Nigeria, we have waste collectors like Chanjati and recyclers. So then they break down, they grind the plastic waste they collect and sell it to recyclers like Salubata that is in Lagos State. So the old channel of this thing, the scavengers, if they are to give the plastic waste collectors the plastic, they get paid per kg of whatever plastic they get to bring. And municipal waste collectors, some of them can actually go through the process of sorting and grinding. Instead of giving it to the plastic waste collectors, they can help them sort it and do that and give it to the plastic waste collectors, who will actually give it to the recyclers. So this whole process, some states were selected to know how they go about their plastic waste management. So Delta states,
2 minutes more.
So Delta states, they either dump, after collection from sorts, it goes straight to dump sites or through scavengers. Kano, dump sites and scavengers. Benue State, dump sites. Kaduna, dump sites and scavengers. Ekiti, them, their own waste is mostly, from the research, their own waste is mostly agricultural waste and plastic waste. So they just easily sort theirs. So they sort and sell straight to waste collectors. Then Onitsha, scavengers, Lagos dump sites and scavengers, and Oyo State waste dump sites and scavengers. So in conclusion, this review underscores the need for improved plastic waste management techniques in Nigeria. While recycling efforts exist, dump sites remain a prevalent disposal method. So the following are recommended to improve the plastic waste management in Nigeria. That is that the Nigeria federal government extended producer responsibility policy, domiciled with that of NESRA, to be implemented with stringent enforcement action to raise awareness on plastic waste management and to adopt new research and development for alternative plastic use. Thank you.
For that presentation, I would like to have questions from the audience. Any question from the audience here? Question for, okay.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ayowa. When you are mentioning the highway chain plastic waste management, you even mention marketers, because we have marketers along the chain. In fact, apart from marketers, we still have other factors along the chain. But you don't really mention of from household to scavenger, then to the recycling sites. Why don't you consider the marketers? We still have the retailers along the chain. So thank you.
We'd love to have all the questions online too. If you have questions online, please put it forth so that okay can comment on. All right, you can go on with your comments. Response.
Okay. I try to look for a way to not make the flow chart so big. So the marketers actually fall under the plastic waste collectors, because there are some street women also that collect waste, scavengers. There are some households that actually sell directly to the plastic waste collectors to that's like a buyback form. So I just try to like look for a way to make it so straightforward without making it an elaborate flowchart. So I'll put the marketers under the plastic waste collectors. Thank you.
On your mind. On your mind. I think I said policy. On your mind. The microphone. Okay. I think there's a policy called plastic waste policy that was done by Prime Minister of the Environment and the individual. And the policy has updated most of the things. I think the problem is implementation. Because even in Israel out of my part policy, I work with Nestle now, some type of Nestle, but the problem is this. For example, ShopRite started buying back when you want them to buy some ShopRite, and they give you, when you buy, if you bring 3 plastic, it will give you some money. But the problem is this. The first time they started it was working. But before 5 or 6 days, they found that the people in the job are supposed to implement it are not coming around with that. And so because of that, the ShopRite also stopped. So I think the problem of plastic, I think the governments are mostly the problem, not even the scavengers. But the scavengers got the room to do that scavenging because government policies are not working. Because, for example, I told earlier that they are only interested in the health of just the way contractor money to go. So plastic waste policies, the policy they go through the policies, they don't have government. I mean, some of the governments do. But the problem is that implementation is mostly the problem. Governments are not interested in implementation. That's why, for example, if you report anybody having those laws, they will tell you to write it down. You write a letter to them. The staff, I went to the staff at one of the outlets. He told me that if you don't do anything except I write. And when you write, before you do, those who are committing those like scavengers or other people who are breaking the laws, they will give you their number to you. That's the problem. Thank you.
Okay, we still have one more question with the question. That will be the last one. That will be the last one.
I just want to ask, is there a limit for making just scholar for your systematic review? I think it's supposed to be more than just one search. So that's it.
I hope the presenter has taken note of that. So.
Sorry, I didn't hear the
we'll switch
question.
back to on-site mode now. We'll take I know, we'll switch back to on-site mode. Then after we take presenters, we then switch back to online. So we'll look to have the next presenter. Please, can we get the slide? Next slide. Sorry, madam, please, your number, the number of your. 34. Okay, we're going to be having the presentation by Oyewale A. O. and Ola-Olowoyo and Akinduru on evaluation of blended aqueous leaf composite to replace antibiotics and growth promoter in broiler chickens. You can go on with your presentation.
Good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. My name is Adenike Miwale. I'm here to present this research paper on the evaluation of blended aqueous leaf composites to replace antibiotics as growth promoter in broiler chickens. There has been an increase in poultry meat as a result of increase in protein, which also span from increase in population. And as a result of this increase in poultry meat, farmers are pressured to increase their production, especially livestock farmers. They have been using different means of increasing their production, their livestock production. They have used, presently they are using prebiotics, probiotics, and also farmers are using antibiotics as growth promoter. Let me say this, antibiotics is acceptable in livestock production. The therapeutic use is acceptable in livestock production. But where the problem is when farmers use antibiotics as growth promoter or as a preventive measure to disease. This non-therapeutic use of antibiotics through different mechanisms has led to antimicrobial resistant bacteria. And this is causing a lot of things globally presently. So there is an urgent need to get an alternative growth promoter in livestock production, and that alternative growth promoter is expected to be cost effective, and also it will also be good if it is natural. Plant extract have been or is presently being researched on as growth promoter, especially in poultry production. And there has been researches on extracts, for example, ginger, garlic, also leaves has been used in this research, purple leaf, scent leaf, regalia leaf, sim leaf, neem leaf, and so on and so forth. In this research, I used scent leaf, purple leaf, and bitter leaf, and also the combination. And I didn't use extracts. The composite was used for as growth promoter in broiler chicken. The experiment was done at Teaching and Research Farm of the State University, Ejigbo. 244 beds were used. Because of my time, let me just go. This is the treatments that were used. 6 treatments were used for the experiment. Let me go to the results. This is the approximate composition of the leaf extracts, which we'll be comparing alongside bitter leaf, purple leaf, scent leaf, and the blended leaf. Now, the novel thing about this research is actually the combination of these 3 leaves, specifically these 3 leaves. That is the purple leaf, the scent leaf, and the bitter leaf. It has been established it has been established from different papers that bitter leaf individually, purple leaf, scent leaf, they have been used successfully as growth promoter. Now, is there a way we can enhance their the functionality? Is there a way we can enhance their use? And maybe probably it will increase growth to work more. I mean, it will work better. So we'll be looking at the composition, and because of my time, I'll just the dry matter content here, the purple leaf seems to be high, the highest statistically. And the bitter leaf full protein seems also to be highest statistically. Scent liver, the highest entire extract, and food fiber has the highest, bitter liver, the highest food fiber content. Okay. Table 2, the mineral composition of leaf extracts. Bitter liver, the highest phosphorus content is 101.68 across the 4 treatments that were used, while the blended leaf extract had the highest sodium content. Calcium is highest for scent leaf. Table 3 is showing the starter performance characteristics. Yes, this is the growth evaluation. From this table, we can see that the body weight gain of the antibiotic group is the highest. And maybe I forgot to say something when I was talking, maybe because of my time. Antibiotics really work as growth promoter, but it has a negative impact. And the negative impact is far much more costly, even to our health, than the positive effect. So here, antibiotics is still coming out to have the highest body weight gain and the lowest feed conversion ratio. And for FCR, the lower, the better. So the blended leaf also is not, the blended leaf is also performed a bit better, but antibiotics performed did well. Blended leaf, I think blended leaf is comes like the top on the FCR. Okay, then we go to the finisher performance characteristics. Broiler starter were used, broiler finisher were used, and why? We want to know, peradventure, this blended leaf will work better at the starter phase or at the finisher phase, knowing fully well that there are some farmers, poultry farmers, that only stop at starter phase, and there are some farmers that goes to finisher phase. So from the results, also the finisher at the finisher phase, antibiotics also gave the highest body weight gain. Although the blended leaf was also can compare very well with it. So my conclusion: starter birds on antibiotics perform better than birds on scent leaf composite and the control in body weight gain and feed efficiency. Significantly, finisher birds fed antibiotics, purple leaf composite, and control, which should utilize the feed consumed more efficiently than birds fed scent leaf and bitter leaf. So I want to recommend, since this is the first work being done on BSc, I want to recommend that if more work can be done to increase the dose they were given to birds. So to check if, and I can also work on it, to check if there will be a difference, if it will enhance growth as expected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. As we find alternative to the way we actually do agricultural activities in Nigeria, that will be, if we're able to find a solution from your work, if you bother me, hopefully maybe we get a cheaper avenue for resolving some of our problems. We'd love to take some questions from the audience. One or two, please. indicate if you have questions. All right, we have,
Sorry, let me look at the title. Title. Okay, evaluation of blended accuracy compared to replace. But I thought your conclusion just told us that field utilization efficiency. Is that not what you did? Is that not what you did? Field utilization efficiency.
That wasn't.
But what was the contribution to knowledge? Because you actually told us that the antibiotics we know they perform better than the one you did. Isn't that what you said in the results?
Yes, sir.
So I'm thinking that maybe that field utilization efficiency will capture what you have done better. You will have like 5, 6 objectives. But I think the selling point, because what I tell myself about research is that you want to develop a product. So, and it's that efficiency of what you are doing. It's not as if the antibiotics that we are using is not good, but you are only thinking of the side effects. That is it. The chickens are doing better, they are growing faster with what we are using. But what you are bringing on board is that maybe the efficiency, how efficient they are able to convert it, and it's not as if this one you are introducing is performing badly too. It's running with what is on ground. That is what I want to see whether you can put something like field utilization efficiency of this aqueous leaf composite.
thank you very much for your contribution, sir. The online participants, if you have questions, please kindly indicate so that we can take your question. I've been informed that we don't have anybody online with any questions, so we'd love to take the next presenter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. All protocols duly observed. I'll be presenting on the productions voucher. I'm David Aditoro. I'll be presenting on production of voucher and Ola-Olowoyo from fish waste and tuna force to be used for carbon sequestration, waste management, and energy. So, as we all know, it's due to environmental concerns right now. Excessive CO2 being released into the atmosphere, killing the ozone layer, and there is need for renewable energy. Because we don't want to be so dependent on fossil fuels, as we know how it's harming the environment. And right now, the carbon dioxide level is higher than ever in years, and which has led to a lot of issues like global warming, climate change, and the likes. And which has also increased the temperature of the earth about 1.1. And when the temperature increases further, the consequences are going to be devastating. And this is not like COVID-19 that the vaccine can be made so take care of this issue. So there are things that need to be done. Also, we can see that due to lack of access to clean energy, those that cannot afford clean energy are making use of wood, which has led to deforestation. Trees are being felled just for the essence of keeping themselves warm, food, lights. And this tree also makes of this some of this CO2 that's being released out. We are just when these trees are being felled and it's not being replaced, the CO2 is just killing the ozone layer, causing problems. Also, the issue of waste management too. We all know how the offensive smell of fish waste can be, just lying around, which leads to pollution of the environment. We also have the issue of the quality of soil. Every day they're increasing mouths to feed, and the farmers need to keep on bringing on to keep increasing their yield, the farm yield, so to feed increasing population. What's the solution? The solution is that we can turn some of these waste into high-value products, biochar and bio-oil. And we want to be able to produce this thing at a low cost, because we don't want to produce this thing at a very huge cost, which is not sustainable. So the objective is now to produce this thing at a low cost and now perform analysis to see how we can apply this to the issue at hand. This next slide. Most of the visual reviews focus on the solid part, the voucher, but I want to also focus on the bio-oil because there are a lot of tendencies there, and I chose to use fish waste because as students, you see, students eat a lot of more fish than they need because of the prices in the cafeterias, and the funds are just being going to waste or just thrown around. These are valuable use biomass waste that turn into valuable products. So this is the sketch of my setup. Use the scrap metal house to come up with the bioreactor to pass this waste into high value product. So to solve the source security, we can see a specimen analysis of the fish waste and the coconut oils. You can see it contains a lot of pores. You can see it has like a spongy look, which shows that this can store a lot of nutrients and also store moisture content. So in case of low rainfalls, it can also help farmers, like recently when we had low rainfall, and also to absorb harmful chemicals, harmful elements that are present in the fertilizers being used by farmers. And this is we did analysis on the voucher. You can see 50% of the carbon has been sequestered. Instead of it being released into the environment, it has been sequestered. We know that voucher is one of the most stable carbon compound that it can, for years, it will still remain captured like that. Please, next slide. And from the actual analysis of the voucher, we see some compounds or some elements that you can see, like, for example, alcohol and esters present, which shows that it could be used as a fuel source and also as dropping fuel or additives to improve efficiency of fuels. Sorry. Okay. Also, it can be used for. Also, it can be used in the pharmaceutical industries too, because of the biological property of the voucher. And also, it can also be used because of the chlorine, also from the ether analysis that we've done. I also see that it can also be used for water. No, this is it can also be used as a for water purification. Sorry about that. Water purification. So the chlorine present. And then for the bio, we can see that also it can be used for industries for solvents. Instead of industries depending on expensive solvents for solving their, also use the oil, bio oil, and also use for manufacturing of dyes. Then we also have the disulfides, which because of its biological properties can be used. Then in conclusion, we see that this is an alternative waste management, mitigation provision, and also for enhancing soil facility, and also to enhance generation. So recommendation is that more studies on the oil boundaries and due to the non-availability of some of the equipment and look evaluate the oil order and gaps and the impact of the smoke release during the action process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As we talk about sustainable development, keep looking for alternative ways of ensuring that the environment is safe for us to live in. So we'd love to take 2 questions from the audience. A question for the presenter.
what you presented very well. Please, I will just ask, out of curiosity, tell me more about voucher. Apart from the source voucher, these are fisheries that promote us. Please, do we have another source? Please let me know.
Voucher is basically just charcoal, right? Nothing from biomass. When you eat biomass waste, the absence, little or no absence of oxygen, right? That's what you get from voucher, basically charcoal, which the application is a lot. You can use for a lot of things, right? And there are a lot of sources, right? There's the right source, there are a lot of, I just try to go with fish waste because it's not so common. Papers have done research on the oily part, like gills inside of the fish. I try to use components that are being just discarded for another source to see how they can also be used. Sort of
Everybody online for questions for the presenter? Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. We'd love to switch to the online mode for presenters. We'd love to have a presentation of RS Busari. Mr. Busari, please, you can share your screen so we can have your presentation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Busari. Go on with your presentation.
Okay, this is Ashish Shekore Busari. I'm presenting a paper on biodiversity improvement through site planning and building design and construction. Site planning, which is one of the drawings normally prepared by the architects, normally show us how we place a building on site and other elements that are attached to that particular building. So this clearly shows the interaction of both green and gray infrastructure. You know, the building we have on the plots, that is what is known as green infrastructures. Then the other thing, whether we plant or some other elements are attached to that particular building, so they are called green infrastructure. So the site planning, which is one of the role played by the architect in planning a building, so has to do with how we mix up this green and gray infrastructure in that kind of particular mode. Now, the majority of structure we have nowadays, you see that people don't have much interest in putting green in any building they do. So what you have in mind is just that you need to have both green and gray infrastructures. That is not just having the building on the site. So there's a particular study which was carried out on a site, whereas it's a residential development along off Akimani Road, that is Abujupa area, where a particular plot of land was actually measured, and both green and green infrastructure there were actually determined. It was measured, and just to establish what are the green infrastructure we have there and what are the components of green infrastructure. So this was done with the surveyor who assisted in using the survey instrument to just have a survey of the land and make sure that actual lots, area divided into small spaces for green infrastructures, were measured and actually depicted on the plan of the building. So the land which was formerly used for subsistence farming, the area was formerly for subsistence farming along that Akimani Road, which across and fruits were grown before it was converted to residential plot. So this was actually measured, and all the features on the land were actually represented. So we showed this as it's on various, which is so on that site plan. If you look at the site plan, the plan we have here, where you have L1, L2, L3, showing different kinds of lots, which is used for vegetations. And these they are not just vegetations. They are, you either find edible plants there or some other things that will be useful for the owner of the house. Then we still have there are two acting points there, which was adequately measured as well. And the other area which is for garden, I think there are two gardens as well. The one at the back there and the one here. So the 3 or 4 infrastructure we have there, or great infrastructure there, where we have GH, MB, BQ, and MO. So representing that is the gatehouse, main building, bus cutter, and mosque for the area. Other areas are just for that's green infrastructure. So the area, when you look at this from what the percentage this one make from the total area of the land, we have G1, which is Garden 1. The area is shown there. I told you that we use AutoCAD to plot the measurement we took from the site, and this one gives us the area there. Then the lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, lot 4, 5, 6, then the Hatton pond. Then we have 2 types of pond there. There is a pond directly in front of the buildings, and that is the Hatton pond, which means that the base is concretized. Then no, that is the Hatton pond, the base is not concretized. The concrete pond has the base concretized. The Hatton pond is the other one that is bigger, which is outside that particular space where you can see EP. That is a Hatton pond. So the concrete pond is the one which is very close to the building, where they stock fish at the same time. So we have a series of gardens along this one, and this one shows clearly that if you now add all this one up, what you have as a green and blue infrastructure is just about 80% of that land, because if you had lot 1, lot 2, and all this one to where you have paved the walkway,
You have 2
just
minutes.
about 80.46%. Then on the other one, which is grey infrastructures, these are just bus cutter, main building, mosque gatehouse, and all this one. All this one added, they just contribute about 20% of the space. So this is showing us that biodiversity needs to be integrated into any planning we are doing, not just putting any building on a plot of land or what you have. There should be an integration of green infrastructures. That is having a lot of, and not just green in this case alone. These are greens that are even serve as they even serve as food for the owner, because all the lots we have around there, they either used for tomato, all other form of food that are used by the owner of the house. So these are very useful. And then you have other trees are there. You have mango tree, we have cashew there, we have banana, plantain, and all that. So all these green plants or whatever, they make what you have with as that green spaces, which is integrated into that particular design. So which makes that very, very important, and the use of these local species just to make sure that we improve the local ecosystem services. So the story also show that urban problems can be mitigated by a lot of things, because whatever you do want to have for a building, is the architect that starts with the
Mr.
project.
Utari, you've exhausted your time.
Okay,
We'll
so
also have, you've exhausted your time, Mr. Utari.
okay.
All right.
So
Just hold
thank you very much.
on for questions from the audience
Okay.
concerning your presentation. There's questions from the audience regarding this presentation.
I'm listening.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation, sir. Now, but I have issue with your site plan. As a registered surveyor, I'm not happy with your site plan. I thought you would do better if the surveyor give you the coordinate. I will appreciate if you are giving the planner to do a better subdivisions of your work will look more good, sir. If you can do better subdivision, put legends in the site plan. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you mean okay, that is the issue of the legend. I think the legend, what I've just said, all this BQ, GI or whatever, I've explained on the table. Know why I have BQ is a boy scotter. I was just trying to make good use of the space, because I put the whole of boy scotter there to cover a lot of the space. So I just adopted that just to make sure that I conserve the spaces. So, and this is clearly explained on the table where you have MB. I've earlier explained that is a main building where you have BQ. That is a boys quarter. Then where we have G2, Garden 2. All these they are clearly explained in this table 1, which is a statistical analysis of the plot. Thank you.
All right, thank you, the presenters. I would have loved to see your recommendation, because I am an architect, and even in my presentation, we're talking about preserving the green areas. And for me, of this kind of study, we should come up with recommendations such as each individual, each person should have a garden in their, in their plot of land. We should not develop every part of the building. As in a case where there is no adequate setback, even in that block, so close you can actually from inside the house touch the fence. So even there is just choked up, fully developed, and you can't see even have a parking space. And so let's are you a town planner? Okay, okay. So these are things that every stakeholder in the environment should look at and not allow such development. So everyone should have the green spaces in their, compound. Like we mentioned, would have pawpaw tree, mango tree, in fact, to aid the social interaction. If we're on the same street, for instance, I have a mango tree in my compound, you have banana tree, you have orange tree. We could relate. But if it is the season of mango, I go to your house, who planted mango in this compound. It will aid social interaction. So I hope it will help Nigeria, and we can use an opportunity to evolve. So,
Chairman, if I have yes, just a follow-up comment to that. I want to thank you for your very beautiful recommendation. I didn't really meet the body of the consent because from the little that I met, it appears that its objective study did not really address I was in space, or whether it was investigating the availability of green space in the split of areas. If it is not set up to achieve that aim, if its methodology did not address it, and if its results present information on it, so it's a beautiful connection. It not set out to achieve it will be based on what
I can't hear you better.
Emotions are coming in because we are working in silos. She's talking about creating green spaces at the back. What do you do with the green spaces? Somebody came with a poultry, whatever. I think that's why we have gathered. This is central, for sustainable development, multidisciplinary. All of us should work together, but not essentially within a particular research, because as Prof said, they are so set out to look at that. But that can be further story. Somebody else will pick it up from that level. And it's interesting that issues like that are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. The presenter would love to react to those questions briefly. Please, the presenter, Mr. Musari.
Yes, I'm listening.
Can you please react to the questions and the comments being presented to you? You don't have any comments?
I think that what some of this you just read that where we have green spaces in the space for a particular project. Where you buy a piece of land, you are not expected to bid on the whole plot of land. You should leave a larger percentage of the space for greens, and not just green, a lot of things that would just allow you to make sure that the environment is lively. You agree with me that presently now the green infrastructure is one of a basic ingredient of sustainable development. So we should just start this from various building plots. If I have a land, people just allocate land 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm able to develop my own house, put unnecessary green infrastructure, the next person do the same thing, and this goes on from one place to another. You agree with me that we won't have some of the problem we are facing presently in our areas, and also in some areas where you have informal settlement. Majority of areas now we have informal settlement. Formal settlements is even difficult to set up in some areas, unless where you have big guns who are living in that particular area. So this is just to make sure that people are sensitized on the need to make sure that green, when you want to put infrastructure in your place, not just a green infrastructure, green and gray, you have to combine them, make sure that they are together in that place to make it more beneficial to you and those people that are living in the area. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Busari, for your comments and presentation. And we please appreciate Mr. Busari for all right, we'll be switching back to the on-site mode.
Now, we know that SDGs are exceptional in addressing SDGs are exceptional.
Sorry, Michael.
SDGs are exceptional in addressing some of our most social critical problems by 2010. And it was developed from MDGs. And MDGs, I will know, will not address most of the significant problems that we have in the world. So because it is narrow and limited. However, the problem that is faced by global economies need a more holistic approach, which needs a vigorous, or let me just say, a deliberate action that will be targeting the problems of the global economies that is aimed towards sustainable development. That's why we have sustainable development that was established in 2015. However, we know that we have 17 SDGs. Many people do not understand which part of the SDG goals focus on what part of sustainable development. For next slide, for goals number 1 and 8, which focus on economic problems, multiple economic problems such as poverty, elevation, inequality, unemployment. For goals 3, 4, 5, they have talked about education, health, and gender inequality, social inclusion. While the goals 13, 14, and 15 talk about climate, loss of biodiversity, and sustainable management of resources. However, with all the highlighted goals of the SDGs, many countries still need to address some fundamental issues that talks about the hunger, poverty, and lack of access to basic amenities, among others. Now, quality education is a pillar of sustainable. So normally we know that education is crucial, yes, but we are talking about quality education, which is the goal number 4 SDG. It talks about where people, everybody are supposed to have access to quality education that will help them to access long life learning opportunities. Many of us have gone to universities, higher education institutions. There's no way you obtain your knowledge that you have now by sitting at home. We all go to universities or higher education. We underwent trainings from our lecturers, from our colleagues, from different aspects. Here, we're able to develop or acquire knowledge and skills that is responsible, or that is, like, let me call it, a driver to all the things we are doing right now. You cannot be a banker without you going to school. You cannot be a biodiversity conservationist without you understanding what the problem of biodiversity is and how we are to target it. So here we are talking about quality education, and it is emanating from institutions, higher education. Now, the importance of higher education in achieving the SDG.
SDGs, high education institutions, it can be universities, can be polytechnic, whatever, is where innovations and ideas come from. The lecturers that we have now also underwent training, and from there they develop their own ideas straight to teaching. They develop researches, they work in collaboration with international organizations, with local organizations, with institutions to develop training methodologies and curricula to be able to teach students how to attain sustainable development goals. And these have been incorporated in university core functions that help in detailed approach in tackling global challenges. A part of these contributions of higher education institutions is development of new ideas and innovations, which I said earlier. Also, universities are also like the epicenter of research and development, crucial for technological advancement and methodology, which is required for attainment of the SDG. So, education institutions have attained so many parts of SDG goals, which is development of renewable energy, like he said earlier, and also in medicine, they have developed so many new technologies to delivering healthcare services, and also to develop they develop new technologies to attain or to use in medical environment. So let's go straight to university and SDG goals, SDGs. Now, universities have also incorporated sustainability in their study curricula. That is powerful enough, that is serves as a powerful catalyst in overcoming sustainability challenges. And these have been seen in engagement and partnership with local and community and global communities. The role of universities that we have seen so far are innovation and contribution to knowledge creation. There's no way you can create knowledge without you going to, like I said earlier. And it has become an center for research, innovation, and scholarship, which is driving economical advancement and entrepreneurial, and bridging the gap between academic inquiry and industry. So there are some core functions of SDGs, but let me go straight to the contribution of universities to specific SDG goals. For instance, for SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, more cost-effective solar generators have been developed, which has transitioned from our local normal heavy machineries or heavy plates or panels to lighter ones, and has built integrated photovoltaic and solar thermal systems. There's also research ongoing daily on daily occasions on research and production of bioenergy in form of biogas, like you said, the other presenters from different agricultural waste. I remember a PhD student that worked on Idagardia bacteria in the Department of Forest Resource Management in UI to develop biofuel. She worked with those kind of things, they are just waste, but biofuel was developed and it's also helped in attaining some of our SDG goals, SDGs. So lastly, curriculum development, which is integration of sustainability in curriculum. And inclusion of all these SDG goals in our curricula can also help in attaining these SDG goals. And this inclusion can serve as material, as content, as power, or let me just say the catalyst that will prepare students to understand SDGs, integrate it into their focus, and help know how to attain, or let me just say, how to solve problems that is surrounding our economy or our daily lives. So the economic and the development, sustainable development, global diversity and protection all emanate from adding these things to our curricula, where students can work on it, develop their own minds, and lastly, acquire skills to attain sustainable development.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I invite you to use this moment to ask the audience if you have one of the questions for the presenter. Please kindly indicate. No questions?
That's it. Thank you very much.
want to advise that some of those goals that I should point out specific examples. You said that universities are developing clean and sustainable energy. You cite examples from different universities, or one or two. May not be directly mentioning names, but the authors who cited, who gave sort of needs to acknowledge them. And then to say that I'm not the only author of this abstract, about 6 of us. Thank you very much for
Can we have comments from online participants? Do we have comments from online participants? So the presenter can react to all of the comments and questions. So you want to react to it? No.
Like Prof said, examples of the innovations of universities that have been targeted towards it. For instance, now in University of Cape Town, there is they work on number 7, which is the affordable and clean energy. They focus on green initiative that is powering their university or university electricity. Also for grade 11, which is from the University of Cape, they have been working extensively on urban sustainability, smart cities, and disaster resilience. And that's not all. We also have the University of Willigan University, we talked about goal number 15, that is life on land, biodiversity, strictly biodiversity, students of biodiversity. The University of Ibadan is not excluded. We have said that it's part of the promotion of sustainable development goals. And also University of Lagos, they are working on industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure. All these are part of the sustainable development goals, which we are still talking about. We are talking about since yesterday, and we are still working on today.
Thank you very much for your reaction. Can we please celebrate this with a round of applause? Okay.
So I think I go and sit down. This abstract was currently produced by myself and Professor myself and software and Federal and about 7 of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We can all testify that she's so passionate about that presentation. We've been able to grab 1 or 2 things from our presentation. We would love to switch to online mode and take 2 more presentations from the online mode. We'll be taking presentation from Mina Obanga. Mina Obanga, can we have your slide for your presentation? On iPhone. So we'll have Olushola Folorunso to present our data.
Somebody on site said,
we have two left. We can take one of them. That's what I'm saying.
Anybody on site? Anybody on site?
So should we say somebody is one of the on-site?
Let's hear you.
All right, we will be having the on-site presentation. So we have a slide, please.
How many minutes?
Several minutes for the presentation. All right, we'll be having Madam Rachel A. Ojelade for our presentation. She's presenting on environmental disclosure and financial performance and of listed oil and gas companies in Nigeria.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rachel Ojelade. I'm presenting on the paper that says environmental disclosure and financial performance of listed oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Environmental pollution. From that picture, as you can see, the first picture is talking about gas flare. You can see the other picture, another pollution, and that's all emanating from manufacturing companies, oil and gas to be precise, affecting our plants. Next. Yes, the first out, let us know what environmental disclosure is. It covers the presentation and provision of information for use by stakeholders on environmental status and performance of the company. Companies are expected to provide information as to their environment, their financial reports. So, and that is reported under environmental disclosure. Then financial performance. What does it mean? It means how organizations make the economy, make use of their human and material resources to accomplish the goals and objectives of organization. So this paper is now looking at how it's not evaluating how environmental reporting affects financial performance. So, like as we all know, that presently we have problem with environments. Like the picture that was shown to us, showing the effects of companies' operations, how they are affecting our environment, and what companies are expected to do. Not just producing, making money, but they are also expected to take care of the environment because they form part of the reason why the environment is being polluted. So first, they are not only to make profits, but they are also to take care of the environment. So, and once they take care of the environment, it's going to even rub on their financial performance. Next slide. So the background of the study. The environment is no sphere of waste as a result of manufacturing companies' operations. So as you can see that slide, our environment is not free because of companies that are producing. So and that leads to, and this is affecting environmental sustainability. Then why am I choosing oil and gas company? You can all agree with me that oil and gas companies' activities, they affect our environment so much, leading to a lot of effects. We have ecological damage,
we have emission, we have pollution, and we have landscape destruction. So it's caused for a lot of concern in that field. But not only that, the employee safety is also at stake as a result of the damage, as a result of toxins that are being generated from environmental pollution. What about the host communities where these companies are operating? You can see that there are always issues because they not only destroy their lands, they also take away their source of livelihoods. And this has resulted in a lot of issues like youth, resistance, and militancy, as we witness in Niger Delta area because of the environmental problem. So then governments and registering organizations also request companies to report on their environment. But you know what? Not all companies are doing this. So we need to always find out and always look into the impacts of companies to know whether they're actually following. You know, when we work on this, then we'll be able to know those companies that are complying and those that are not, so that necessary fine or penalty can be applied. And finally, in this area of reporting, find out that not much has been done because there will always be room to do more. So I have the general objective is to evaluate environmental reporting, whether companies are disclosing it, and what is the effect on the financial. So, and in order to talk about this study, I have 3 objectives to determine the effect of emission and energy disclosure of financial performance. I use emission and energy disclosure, effluent and waste disclosure, and the effect of compliance on environmental regulation disclosure to measure my environmental disclosure. Next slide. So my methodology, I consider the 9 oil and gas companies that are listed as my population on Nigeria Exchange Group between the period of 2012 and 2021. I actually use 10 years. Then I use export time, my population. The sample size is actually 7 because out of the 9 companies, 2 of the companies are not having the adequate information. Next slide. So these are the companies that were considered. Next slide. Then these are my findings. That's 1. Emission and energy disclosure has a significant effect on financial performance of quoted oil and gas companies in Nigeria. You can see from that picture. So for our companies, you can see what they are emitting into the air. So they need to spend so much on taking care of those equipment, and so that cost affects financial performance. And then effluent and waste disclosure. As we can see, that companies are not fully involved in taking care of their waste. So we see a lot of bottles as we have been discussing. So that cost is because they are not really spending so much. Like if Coca-Cola were asked to be responsible for all those bottles, you can see that the cost will be so enormous and it will affect their financial performance. But if they are not doing that, and finally, then you can also see that environmental regulation disclosure also has significant positive effects. The reason is this: if they don't comply, then their license will be withdrawn. And my recommendation, finally, my recommendation, these are my recommendations that my leaders are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. But just a few comments, should you want to present some other time. You spent so much time on the introduction, just go straight to your problem. You already presented some of your problems from the illustration that you displayed. Just go straight to the problem statements, then your objective, then go straight to the methodology that you find. That's a very good picture. Can we get comments from the audience regarding the presentation? This is the
I'm interested in this very oil and gas negative effect, especially in the economic moves and the environmental something in Nigeria. What are you doing to ensure that even the explorer, the companies who are involved in exploitation and exploration of oil are trying to take into cognizance, even before they go into these ventures, the negative sides of their activities and the appropriate remedies. Though they must have been saying that some remedies are put in place. How effective are those mechanisms to mitigate against the negative effect of their activities on the Nigerian landscape?
And you know, in my recommendation, there are laws that is guiding the activities before any company can come into Nigeria to even go into exploration. They have to sign MOU with governments. They do just talk and do anything. So they are expected to meet up with certain provisions as regards to their operation. And that is why we also have all these regulatory companies and the agencies that are to checkmate their activities. So it is now left for those agencies to carry out their activity operations to be sure that this company comply. And then we also find out that majority of those international regulations are being complied with by these companies. Why? Because they cannot bribe anybody. But unlike Nigeria, even when they are supposed to do 20 and they did 5, they will ask, the next thing is that they will offer them white envelope, and that the next thing they will go. Then you can also see that most of these companies, where we have all these militancy problems, these companies usually settle their things. And so what do you expect? They have paid. And what they're supposed to pay is not what they are paying. But unlike for advanced countries where nobody can be bribed, so they follow the rules. The rules are there, the acts are there, the regulations are there. But we need in this part of the world to make people do what are expected of them, rather than for we to be self-centered at the expense of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the feedback. Please put your hands together for her. How many people are left? So that means we have only one more presenter, and that's Babatunde Akondi. So Mr. Babatunde Akondi, can you please share your screen so we can have your presentation? Please.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for having me. Just a moment to share my screen. Okay. Share screen. Okay.
We can't hear you.
No, okay. Hope I'm audible now. I'm trying to look at my document. I hope I'm audible.
Sorry, the audio is not picking. The audio is not picking.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. So I'm trying to share my screen from here.
Okay, I think I have your presentation. Should I share?
No, this is it.
You said?
This is it. I'm sharing it from here.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
not
okay.
sure. Okay, can you see it now?
Not yet. He's trying to share.
If there is any online presenter that is ready, let them present now. I understand that Dr. Ganga is online.
No, someone is about to.
Yes,
someone is about to present. He's trying to share his screen.
Okay. Is my screen visible now, please?
Who is ready?
He's ready.
What's the name?
Babatunde Akombi is trying to share his screen. I think someone is sharing.
That's already hooked up.
Okay.
So is the screen visible now, please?
Am I permitted to go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
No, Olushola is presenting now.
It's been a wonderful ISDS 2024 15th edition. I am Olushola Samson Folorosho. I am presenting on the role of sustainable tourism in mitigating the effects of climate change in Africa. We're looking at the opportunities and the challenges. Basically, when we talk about climate change affects almost the entire sphere of global population as well as the resources of the universe. And part of these resources are tourism resources. Tourism resources are embodiment of natural, artificial, and built resources. And there are quite a number of tourism resources that are actually affected by climate change, part of which is our ecotourism sites, our national parks, our game reserves, cultural and heritage sites, built architectural environments, and also our marine resources, our beach tourism resources, which are being affected through coastal erosions, sea level rise, and extreme weather events. What are the impact of this generally on tourism? It actually affects tourist patronage. When they see that a particular place is not safe or it's not habitable, they wouldn't want to go there. If the sea level rises, people that want to participate in beach tourism would be skeptical about visiting such an environment. And if the weather is too extreme, maybe the weather is too cold or it's too hot, especially in some parts of the world where we have extreme weather conditions like Australia, it affects tourism participation. And this also impacts the community generally, because tourism is supposed to contribute economically, socially, and environmentally to the development of the community. So climate change also affects tourism. So why this study? This study is being engaging because of a perceived lack of awareness and attention as regards the impact of climate change on tourism. Most of the time, we just assume tourism is not really being affected by climate change because in this part of the world, we don't really measure tourism participation. But research proves that tourism is a very viable economic tool, and tourism has a way of contributing to the state, to the local, state, and national economy. And if climate change is not being checked, especially its impact on tourism, we may discover that participation in tourism will really be affected because of climate change. Therefore, this study is emphasizing on the fact that sustainable tourism can be the way. Sustainable tourism, which balances environmental, economic, and social aspects, potential solution to these challenges, as postulated by United Nations World Tourism Organization in their summit in Madrid in 2018. So the main aim of this study is to examine the potential of sustainable tourism in mitigating the impact of climate change. We have certain objectives guided this study, especially in the aspect of investigating the awareness and understanding of climate change impacts on tourism among postgraduate students, undergraduate students, and also to identify the perceived opportunity and challenges that are associated with implementing sustainable practices in Nigeria. The methodology for this work goes thus. This research is an exploratory research, so it employs an exploratory research design using a quantitative approach. The population for the study are the current 300 and 400 level students and recently graduated students of tourism in the Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Kwara State University. The sampling size is 200 and the sampling technique is purposive. The students were selected based on their perceived understanding of climate change and its impact on tourism. And the data source is primary and secondary. The primary took the form of direct survey through a data collection method that was employed using structured online survey. And the data analysis was conducted using descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. Because of our time, we'll go to the results. The results put it here that awareness of climate change and impact on tourism cannot be overemphasized. Actually, 70% of the respondents are aware of the impact of climate change on tourism. Only 5% are not so aware. And out of this population, we have male, we have female, we have age group ranging from 18 to 25 and 36 and above. And their area of interest, especially when it comes to the issue of sustainability and climate change, we have 35% of them focusing on climate change, 30% on sustainable tourism, 25% on environmental policy, among others. The next slide shows the attitude towards sustainable tourism practices. Okay, since the first result says the students are aware of the impact of climate change on tourism, what is now the attitude towards these practices? About 60% of them showed a very strong positive attitude towards ensuring sustainability of tourism through adequate practices. Therefore, the next figure here indicates the factors that drive the adoption of tourism.
Objective of this.
And out of this,
objective of this.
Can I continue, sir?
Yes, you can. Go on.
Okay, sir. So out of this factor, we can the results shows that government policy and regulation is the most indicated factors that drive the adoption of sustainable tourism, which means government initiative can actually help in adopting sustainable tourism. When we adopt sustainable tourism, then we can mitigate against the impact of climate change on tourism resources that I have earlier explained. And also, we look at cultural preservation. We don't want our cultural heritage to be destroyed. The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, we want it to look the way it has always been looking and even look better. We don't want adverse weather conditions to affect what we have in Osun-Osogbo. We want our national parks to be in good condition. We don't want adverse weather conditions to affect all of these things. Also, corporate social responsibility is essential. The respondent also suggested technological advancements and also global initiative and advocacy, which is part of what we are doing right now at the ISDS 15th edition. So we use regression analysis to accentuate the awareness and attitude of the students concerning impact of climate change.
You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And we discover that the 65% of variance in attitude towards sustainable tourism practices, as explained by the model, and also the model is actually statistically significant, which means it's the issue that we have with sustainable practice is not a function of awareness, it's a function of action. More action has to be taken. So in conclusion, we discover that there is a high level of awareness among the current students who were sampled for this study. Also, the significant relationship exists between awareness and attitude, which highlight the importance of education. We should continue to orientate, we should continue to educate students and stakeholders as regards the impact of sustainability. Also, this study adds to the growing body of literature that emphasizes the critical role of sustainability in tourism and also offer valuable recommendations for policymakers, for educators, and industry stakeholders in Nigeria. But we should know that as climate change continues to pose challenges to tourism resources, the adoption of sustainable practice is very, very essential, and it will ensure that we have a resilient and long-term viability of the sector. I have two before I.
Thank you very much, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The title of your presentation is Students' Perception of Sustainable Tourism and its Role in Mitigating Climate Change in Africa. From your presentation, you made mention of taking actions.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the people who are to take responsibility in terms of taking action. But I am a little bit unclear why you decided to use students as your sample, since you wanted to check sustainable tourism on the role of sustainable tourism in mitigating climate change. Because sustainable tourism itself is a form of tourism that meets the needs of the tourists and the present and the host community. That's the present tourist and the host community while conserving and enhancing opportunity for the future. If you are to depict what you're trying to talk about, I assume that the tourists should be the people that you should sample, so that you can get their perception as regard sustainable practice, which will then inform the kind of action that you are referring to as against students. And with that knowledge, they can apply that to probably when they start to practice or in their daily doing. But when we talk about sustainable tourism, we mean that it's taking action for sustainable tourism. That is in the field itself, in the practical sense. How do we really make impact? I think it's better for you to evaluate the state of knowledge in terms of sustainable tourism, how you can apply that to climate change, how tourism in itself can be at disadvantage to nature, and how would the knowledge of sustainable practices influence tourism to be more, responsible as against being reckless in terms of what tourists do and the, countries or destinations that are keen on developing tourism. We'd love to take comments from the audience. Questions from the audience. The two questions from the
Okay, may I respond to the contribution, sir?
All right, you may.
Okay, thank you, sir. The justification for using the students is not far-fetched. These students have been exposed to both local and international tourism experiences. Some of them at their 300 level, they went out of Nigeria to Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. So they've been able to see different tourism activities in these West African countries. And even within Nigeria, they have been able to experience tourism in Southwest, in North Central, and in South part of Nigeria. So that is the justification. However, just like you have said, sir, I'm going to expand the scope of the study to capture tourists who can also provide adequate information as regards the necessary action that is required, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can we please put hands together for the presenter?
Thank you. I appreciate it, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody online? Do we see our presenter?
Yes, sir.
Can you please go on with your presentation? Let's have your screen.
Okay. In just a moment. I'm trying to share my screen again. Document. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my screen here, but just a moment. Whiteboard.
Yeah.
Okay, can I send this slide to you? I'm not sure you have my slide. Let me just please send my slide to you there so that you can have it from there. Just a moment.
Sorry, to confirm, what's the topic of your presentation? I mean, the title of your presentation.
from slum to sustainable community.
Okay, please share your slide to the WhatsApp group and we're going to pick it up from there.
Okay, just a moment.
Just...
Sorry. I have. Sorry, I'm still having some challenges, please. Sorry, I'm still having some challenges. Please just give me 5 minutes, so maybe somebody else can continue.
We will take another percentile. She's ready, then come back to you.
Thanks, sir.
You don't have the slide. So let him know that. Habib, you are hearing me?
Share your slide on the WhatsApp platform.
Share the screen from here.
Hello, Mr. Kondi.
Not there.
It's there.
Mr. Kondi, are you with us? Mr. Kondi.
He's on the call.
Hello, Dr. Mina, please, you can go ahead and make your presentation.
So we just listen to her.
All right, Madam Obanga, can you please go on with your presentation?
Yes, I know.
You have 7 minutes for your presentation.
Is that see this thing? No. Okay, I'm already presenting. I'm just asking if you can hear me. Can you all hear me? So and I'm going to see how fast I can be. We're looking at the essentials in terms of sustainable development and then mainstreaming young people. The study investigates the role want to say what we're talking about, which is the matriarch. Now everybody here knows it is the definition of the sustainable development. So meeting the needs of the present without compromising the future. So essentially, the importance of the ESD cannot be overemphasized. The aim of this study is to examine the role and impact of youth in promoting ESD in schools. And the key methodology we applied was just a mixed methodology, that worked with 20 target schools. We utilized questionnaires as well as the FGD, to dig deep into the issues. And then the key findings we had was mainstreaming youth participation has been a very strategic step. It was a very strategic step to mainstream them based on the outcomes of what the youth themselves were discovered to be doing across the 20 schools. It enhanced early knowledge on the SDGs, and of course, it enhanced the skills and attitude for development attitude for promotion of best practices in ESD. And then also, it was easy to leverage and scale up. The project itself was easy to leverage and scale up. And today, sustainability practice is a lifestyle of those young people. And then youth providing solutions to immediate environmental issues became a very core, part of the unexpected and unintended outcomes. Then we are going to be looking at key recommendations real quickly. The key recommendations for us, we had from the research, schools need to adopt the ESD like some countries have now currently done. One country has scored on that totally. And then youth are a key part of the process and need to be mainstreamed, even at the point of curriculum development. So in the course of designing curriculum, the way they want to change the SSS curriculum, that is the appropriate time to mainstream ESD. And then early knowledge provides early adaptation and innovation. The national strategy, what on earth is this? How can I be presenting this to you?
Go on with your presentation.
No. But Babatunde Akanbi is still on the call.
Okay, I think we should go to Babatunde Akanbi and have his presentation. So, Mr. Babatunde Akanbi, please share your screen so you can present your paper.
Okay. So is my screen being seen now, sir? I hope my screen is visible. I cannot get any feedback. I hope my screen is visible, sir. There's something wrong. Can anyone hear me, please? Am I audible? I think something's wrong with the network. Hello?
You are audible. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I didn't get any feedback. That I was disturbed. Okay, thank you. The topic is From Slum to Sustainable Community, a case study of Olusosun Improvement Plan. And the SDG 11 aim at providing universal access to affordable and adequate housing and as well as basic service by 2030. And in line with this goal, the Lagos government has a target annually to reduce our slum by 5%. And this is also in line with the theme agenda of the Lagos State government. So the Lagos State government engage UPSL, an urban planning company, in conjunction with Lasura to take on this project. So Olusosun is located in Ikeja, Lagos State, very close to the seat of power, and is characterized by overcrowding, poor housing condition, inadequate infrastructure, flooding and erosion, health risk, limited access to amenities and high crime rates, and also environmental degradation. Well, it's also a resilient community in that the people there are struggling to make life work for themselves with the limited resources. So this is the location of Olusosun at the heart of Ikeja, very close to the seat of power, but yet it's a slum. I mean, the pictures here shows what you find in that community. You can see that it's a blighted environment indeed. Poor drainage, poor waste management, and poor access road and infrastructure.
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. The objective of this is to improve the environmental condition and resilience of the environment as well as the socioeconomic of the people residing in the area. So specifically, to achieve this, we try to document the existing situation in the area through a baseline study. We explore various scenarios of urban transformation method in line with the overall objective, and then a preferred improvement method was chosen to ensure that the need of the community is met in line with the stakeholders. So data was gathered through a participatory approach, mapping, data collection through just focus group discussion. Drone was flown to get the map of the area, and SPSS was used to analyze it. So geodesign framework was used to ensure participation between all stakeholders, because it's a very sensitive project. Once they see such development, the assumption is that the government want to demolish the building. So, and the government did not want any crisis. So there was a lot of consultation. So baseline findings shows the demography of the occupants of the environment. Most of them are males. They are between age 25 and 45. About 63% of them are in that age range, and then most of them have secondary education. So also, majority of them have income below 60,000 naira. That's about 89% of them. And then the land use and other details are seen on the screen, they actually have limited resources. So the strength of that environment is that they have high value. The land has high value. It's easily accessible to Lagos because it's close to central area of Lagos. The opportunity is that the proximity to employment center and high return on investment for real estate. The witness is
You
that.
have a minute left for your
Okay.
presentation.
So the improvement plan.
Your conclusion and recommendation.
Okay. So the improvement plan was done by dividing the areas into 4 different areas, and then they were treated in line with their peculiar problems. So, in conclusion, the Olusosun plan serves as a model for sustainable urban renewal in the African context by providing a motivated challenge, by addressing the motivated challenge of a marginalized community. This project offers valuable insight for policymakers, urban planners, and physical development practitioners as African cities continue to grapple with impact of climate change and environmental degradation. Innovation and inclusive solutions like Olusosun initiative are crucial for achieving equitable and sustainable development. So I acknowledge UPSS, I acknowledge Lasura, I acknowledge Lagos State government, and I acknowledge SenseDev that gave me the opportunity, even though I'm an engineer, by the exposure I had in SenseDev, I was able to be the project manager on 2 of these projects. Thank you. I'm through with the first presentation.
Okay, you have 2 presentations.
Yes, I have 2. The other one is
Okay,
for.
that means maybe I'll present after you. I need the chairman to confirm.
Our joy is that this was very successful. We were able to take all the presentations and the one that are sounding problematic
No.
It should be answered.
Well, it's all well that ends well. May I request that all of us stand up and clap for ourselves.
Oh, my chair. So I don't need to present again. Let me clap first.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please sit down. You please have that standing ovation. Honestly, I must say that I'm particularly impressed by your patience, your understanding, despite the very difficult situation that we are working in. Yesterday, we broke for tea around 1:30. And people went for tea and still came back. and we closed at about this time yesterday. Today, we have not had our lunch, and people are still here. That is very highly appreciated, shows signs of commitment, and that we are imbibing the spirit of sustainability. We are owning it. We are believing that we are part of it, and it is part of us, and that we need to make sacrifice for us to move forward. And thank you so much for this sacrifice and commitment. It's been 2 full days of thought-provoking and inspirational talks, both from local and international participants. The experiences shared by our keynote speakers with regards to the antecedents, the beginning of the concept of sustainability, and recent developments with regards to how do we domesticate the tenets of sustainability in our everyday life. The outcomes of various studies that are presented here have shown that we have really come of age in incorporating the concept of sustainability into our national life and individual lives. I want to urge us not only to go back to ruminate on some of these major findings and experiences shared, but we must also put them into use. We are going to share the slides of all presentations on the WhatsApp platform of the registered participants. We'll also upload them on our website so that people can have access to them. I would want to let you know that for those who want to publish their full manuscript with us, that opportunity abounds. And the procedure is that you send your manuscript to Mrs. Raji. We'll share the email address. You send it to her with a review charge of how much? I think it's 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira now. We will send out your manuscript for review. And if they are found publishable, send acceptance letter to you, and then you pay a publication charge of what, 30,000 naira. Our review process is relatively fast and thorough, except when there are fundamental issues that the papers will have to go back and forth between the author and the reviewers and the editorial board. We try as much as possible to review as quickly as possible and issue letters of acceptance. So those who are willing to publish their manuscript with us, please send it to Mrs. Muibat Raji, whose email address we are going to share shortly. Certificates are ready, and I will want to invite those who registered. Of course, everybody that registered have their certificates here. If anyone is not here and they so desire that we send their certificates to them, you can make arrangement for postage or we send electronic copy to them. What I have here now, the first person here is Oluremi Akintola Omo-Laoye. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's this background.
Okay, this background.
Yes. So that they can put it on Facebook.
Are you?
Babatunde Dipo Olaniyan. Babatunde Dipo Olaniyan. Is he around?
If anyone is not around, then they will.
She was
there, she has steps. I'll take it for her.
Adiola Adeshola.
The camera. She's.
We are quick.
Olufunmilola A. Oba.